There was a small village surrounded by mountains and fertile farmland. In this village lived Amaka. Her father was King David and Amaka was the king's eldest daughter. Now Amaka was known for being a kind-hearted and gentle princess among the villagers. However, she faced a unique challenge. She was unusually large and muscular for a princess, towering over most others in the village like a giant, due to a disease she had from birth that made her grow at an extraordinary rate. From a young age, Amaka's size set her apart from her peers. Despite her gentle nature, her imposing stature intimidated the villagers. As she grew older, her muscular physique became even more pronounced, making her stand out even more in the eyes of the villagers. Due to her intimidating appearance, Amaka struggled to find acceptance among the villagers. Mothers would hurriedly usher their children away from her presence, and young men would avoid her, intimidated by her size. Because of this, Amaka was unable to attract any potential suitors for marriage, because they were all terrified of having someone far bigger and stronger than them as a wife. This was a major problem for Amaka's father, King David, because he had no sons to succeed him when he died, only 2 daughters. Amaka, his eldest daughter, and Precious, his second daughter. So it was crucial that Amaka was married to secure a male heir to the throne. This put Amaka under a lot of pressure to get married and secure the throne for her father, but it was the most difficult thing for her ever because her imposing physique seemed to scare away any potential suitors. Amaka often felt like she was cursed by the devil to be in this kind of difficult situation. But even at that, Amaka remained kind and compassionate, devoting herself to serving her people and caring for the village's needs. However, her loneliness and disappointment in herself weighed heavily on her heart, and she often found solace in going to the forest alone when none of the palace guards were watching to cry her eyes out, and commune with nature whenever she felt sad. One day, as she was in the forest crying, she heard a loud shout that overshadowed her cry. She listened earnestly in hopes of hearing what was making the sound and where it was coming from. "Help, please! Help!" The voice yelled desperately. It was a man's voice, and it is coming from a nearby bush path of the forest, Amaka thought. So she hurriedly rushed towards there, and lo and behold, when she arrived, it was a short, handsome man adorned in hunter attire who was trapped under a tree that fell on him. "How did you get trapped under this tree, strange hunter?" Amaka asked. "I was just walking and oh, please first help me get out of this predicament and I'll tell you the full story after," he said to her. "Okay, of course," Amaka replied. And with her great strength and stamina, she lifted the giant tree like it was a small stick and moved it away from his body. Amaka helped the strange hunter get up, and then she asked him again, "Now that you are free, can you tell me how you got stuck under a tree? This kind of thing doesn't just happen randomly." "Ha!" The hunter chuckled. "Yes, you are right, these kinds of things don't usually happen, do they? Well, I was on my normal hunting expedition like every other day, when I stumbled on a very big antelope like I had never seen before. I followed the antelope for some time, till I finally cornered it and aimed my gun at it from afar. Unfortunately for me, the place I was standing was littered with animal feces, so as I was about to shoot the antelope, my legs slipped in the feces and made a loud noise. This noise startled the antelope and it ran away. I hurriedly chased it, but the antelope accidentally bruised an already weak tree as it was running. I followed the same path the antelope followed as I was chasing it. But unfortunately for me, as I approached the tree, its weight gave in from the bruising by the antelope and fell on me. Funny how I tried to catch the antelope and instead I got caught by a tree," the hunter explained. "Haha, that's a funny story, what an adventure. I bet you have such fun adventures each time you come out to hunt," Amaka said. "Ah yes, many adventures. By the way, what's your name, mighty lady? I owe you my life," the hunter asked. "Oh, it's Amaka, Princess Amaka. And yours?" Amaka asked. "Oh wow, Princess Amaka, of course, why didn't I piece it all together? You are the beautiful giant princess of our land. I knew something felt familiar when I saw you. Your Highness, My name is Dyke, son of Nwake and grandson of Dimpa, the greatest chief priest our land has ever known. Dyke replied, Well, Dyke, how dare you call me a beautiful giant? Are you trying to mock me or what? Amaka responded, No, Amaka, I meant that in a good way. I just stated what I observed. I noticed you're a giant as compared to other people in our village, but also I think you're beautiful, Dyke said sincerely to Amaka. As Amaka heard this from Dyke, she blushed quietly and asked, So you think I'm beautiful? Well, of course. Aren't you aware that you are one of the most beautiful ladies in our land? Dyke asked Amaka. That's the first time I've heard someone call me beautiful. Usually, people make fun of my height and muscular nature. Most guys avoid talking or even looking at me because of my imposing physique. Amaka responded, Well, I think you are beautiful. Those other guys don't know what they are talking about, Dyke said. Amaka began blushing uncontrollably in silence. But Dyke immediately asked, So what are you doing in the forest, by the way? Certainly the princess of the land has not begun hunting for meat by herself, like us peasants. Oh no. I usually come here alone to have some alone time and commune with nature. It's no big deal, and for the record, I don't consider hunters as peasants. You guys are really brave and honorable. Amaka said, Well, to me, it seems like you come to the forest because you feel lonely. Nonetheless, I think you are a kind person, Dyke replied. You are right, Dyke. I usually come here through the secret bush part of the village alone so that no one would see me on the road. And yes, I come here because I am lonely, and the forest is the only place I find solace with the other animals. After all, am I not a beast? Amaka said to Dyke. Dyke immediately replied to her, No. And oh, don't you say that about yourself? Haven't I told you that you are beautiful? Look, from henceforth now, I'll be your friend. I will never judge you on your stature. And most importantly, you won't have to be lonely the next time you come to the forest. As Dyke said that, Amaka's eyes lit up with joy as she realized that she had made her first friend in a while. So Dyke and Amaka spent the remaining day talking and laughing, and Amaka felt a connection she had never experienced before, like someone truly appreciated the real her, overlooking her giant and imposing stature. When night came, Amaka dismissed Dyke and rushed back to the palace. But before then, they had promised to see each other in the forest the following day. When she got back, she quietly tiptoed through the gates so that no one would hear her. But when she got to her room, she found her sister Precious sitting on her bed. Now Precious was Amaka's wicked sister, who was far more beautiful than Amaka, attracting all the suitors and flaunting several boyfriends at a time. Not only that, she made it a habit to always rub her adventures with men in Amaka's face, to put down her big sister, cause she felt she was superior to Amaka. When Precious saw Amaka sneaking back into her room, she startled her with a monologue. Well, hello, sister. How was your day? You seem to have had another mischievous day running around the kingdom. Don't you know you are disgracing our family when you go out and spend time in the forest? What if someone were to see you? A whole princess behaving like an uncultured swine. I mean, it's bad enough that you look like a beast, but at least don't act like one. And let's not get started with how you made Daddy so worried. You better go and tell him you are back and apologize for running away, Precious said. Amaka then replied, Wait. So it seems like you have been keeping an eye on me for some time now. I am unhappy with the way you referred to me as a beast. I have warned you before not to call me that. I would also like to know how you found out that I used to go to the forest and how Daddy came to know about it. Precious replied her, Oh, please, those guards you think are helping you cover up your secrets aren't hard to get information from, especially when you threaten their lives. And why won't I expose you to Daddy? You are disgracing the family's name. I think it's only fair the king knows that the reason his subjects are losing respect for him is because his beast of a daughter is running around the village like a fool. Precious. How many times did I call you? I've warned you several times to stop calling me that. Amaka said to her, "Oh, you mean beast? Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. You better go and report yourself to Daddy, though. He has been worried sick for his beast of a daughter," Precious replied as she walked out. Later on, Amaka went ahead to see her father, King David, and tell him of her whereabouts, as Precious had advised. As Amaka walked towards the king quarters, she was stricken with fear. With every step, she could feel her own heartbeat as she got closer. All she could think of was how much of a disappointment she had been to her father. First, she was unable to attract any suitors for marriage, failing to secure the heritage of the throne in their family, and now this sneaking out issue. Each time she thought of these things, she would get sick to her stomach, but she kept pressing on, and finally arrived at the king quarters. Now, when she arrived at the king's quarters, she and her father, King David, locked eyes briefly as she saw him discussing with one of his advisors late at night. So she waited outside quietly for them to finish their discussion. When they were through, King David called her inside and asked, "My daughter, why do you give me such heart attacks sometimes? You had me so worried. Why have you been sneaking out to the forest during the day? Don't you know you are a princess, for crying out loud?" King David said, "Father, my apologies if I let you down. But yes, I have been sneaking out and going to the forest for quite some time now. I know it's not proper. But Father, the forest is the only place I feel normal and have peace of mind. Because every hour I spend here in the royal palace, I am constantly reminded of how much of a disgrace I am to you, our family, and our kingdom. So Father, I know that you are angry at me, but please understand." Amaka responded, "I'm not angry at you, my daughter." King David immediately replied, "I'm just worried about you. I have no problem with you exploring any part of our vast kingdom. By the way, you will be the one to inherit it once I'm gone. I just don't like the idea of going about unprotected, and worst of all, without informing me, the king. You know you are royalty, and most especially my very beloved daughter. Oh, please, Daddy, forgive me. I'm sorry, but please don't stop me from going to the forest. Today I made my first friend in a while, and I plan to go back tomorrow to see him again." "Him? Who is this man friend of yours, Amaka?" King David responded, "Oh, his name is Dyke, son of Nwake and grandson of Dimpba, the greatest chief priest our village has ever known. And he is a noble hunter in our village." Amaka replied, "A hunter, you say? And he is the son of Dimpba, the legendary chief priest. Wow! I'm happy for you, Amaka. It's been ages since you brought a friend. Okay, you have my blessing to go see your friend Dyke tomorrow, but you must take at least one of the palace guards for your safety. Okay?" The king said. Immediately Amaka's eyes lit up with overwhelming joy. "Oh, thank you, Daddy. Don't worry, I'll always take a palace guard from henceforth anytime I'm going to the forest. You won't have to worry about my safety anymore," Amaka said. "Okay, my daughter, there is no problem. Be careful with that your new friend, though. I hope he is not dangerous." The king said, "No, Daddy, he is not, I promise. Good night, Daddy, thank you again." Amaka replied to him as she walked out of his quarters filled with joy. Now Precious, her sister, had been listening in on their conversation, and she was unhappy with how things went between Amaka and their father. So as she heard Amaka coming out, she snuck away, back into her room. The following day, Amaka took a palace guard as she promised her father and went to the forest to see Dyke. When they arrived, Dyke was a bit shocked that she brought a palace guard. So he asked her if it was because she thought that he was dangerous, and she felt unsafe with him. No, certainly it's not that," Amaka replied. "It's just that my father found out that I had been coming to the forest without security, and he advised me to go with one this time because I'm royalty. I'm certainly not scared of you, Dyke." When Dyke heard this, his heart cooled down, and they spent the remaining day talking, gisting, and hunting animals together. It turned out that Amaka was naturally gifted in hunting just like Dyke, and they shared similar hobbies, dreams, and values as well. As time went on, Amaka and Dyke kept seeing each other on a daily basis, with each interaction they had being better than the last. This, their newfound friendship, dramatically improved Amaka's mental well-being. Amaka, who was once sad and severely depressed, was now always filled with joy and hopefulness, as she always came back from her trips to the forest happy and refreshed. Everyone in the palace noticed the improvement in Amaka's mood and was happy with it, especially King David. But there was one person in the palace who hated Amaka's newfound joy and hopefulness with passion. Her sister, Precious. Precious always enjoyed when Amaka was sad and lonely because it guaranteed that her ultimate goal would be achieved. You see, since Precious and Amaka were little, she was always jealous of how their parents showered Amaka with extra love and care because of her condition. And from a young age, she has always envied Amaka's birthright of becoming the next ruler of their land when she married. So naturally, as she saw that no man wanted to court Amaka for marriage because of her condition, she naturally flourished in Amaka's tragedy, waiting till when Amaka exceeded her marrying age so that she could marry and become the next ruler of their land, instead of Amaka. But as she noticed that this newfound friendship between Amaka and Dyke had begun blossoming and could lead to love or even marriage, she knew that she was in trouble. All her dreams could come crashing down. I have to act quickly before all my plans are squashed, she thought. So the next morning, after Amaka had gone to see Dyke, she rushed to her father's chambers to confront him. When she arrived, she locked eyes with her father, King David, as he was speaking to his advisors. But unlike Amaka, she didn't wait for him to finish his meeting, but instead, she stormed in. "Father, please excuse my intrusion, but I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you," Precious said. "What is so important that you disrespect me and my entire cabinet with your presence unannounced?" King David replied, "Please, father, it's a matter of life and death." Precious said, "Very well, please my esteemed elders, bear with me. Let me discuss this with my daughter since she said it's so urgent," the king said as he excused his advisors. When they were alone in the room, the king then asked, "So Precious, what was so important that you disrupted a meeting with my most esteemed advisors?" Precious responded, "Father, like I said, it's a matter of life and death. Father, you are not getting any younger, neither is Amaka or myself, and very soon the throne has to be inherited by a successor when you pass. Amaka has failed to secure a suitor for marriage for many years now, and you know by our traditions she can't inherit the throne without a husband. Father, she has failed you, she has failed herself as a woman, she has failed our dynasty, and most especially she has failed the kingdom for not being able to carry out her duty. I know it's not her fault that she is a muscular giant ugly beast, but even at that, it doesn't change the fact that she has failed everyone, father. So what do you suggest we do about this, Precious?" King David asked. Precious quickly responded, "Father, I am alive and well. I am beautiful and I have dozens of suitors lined up if I wanted to get married right now." "So what are you saying, Precious? Spit it out," King David responded. "Father, revoke Amaka's birthright and anoint me as your successor. Let us strike now that the iron is hot before it's too late, father. For I am your humble servant. I would make a better successor to your throne than my failure of a sister." "Shut up! Shut up your dirty mouth, you wicked child. So you want me to betray Amaka, your elder sister, my firstborn? Have you no shame? Have you no conscience? How can you even conceive such an evil plan? More or less, how did you even have the courage to bring this to me as a suggestion? I see now evil dwells in your heart, Precious. But don't worry, I know how to purge it. From henceforth your access to the royal treasury is revoked. You will have access to only one servant, and your daily meals would be reduced from 6 meals a day to 3 meals a day. You would serve this punishment continuously until I see it fit to release you from it." King David fiercely told Precious. "But father, please, I was just being honest and realistic with the state of things. We both know that Amaka is never going to get married. Or should we give away the throne to a commoner when I am alive?" Precious responded to the king. King David replied to her, "How dare you say that about your sister Precious? Haven't you heard that she now has a male friend she has been talking to for some time now in the forest? Instead of you to be praying for their friendship to blossom into marriage, you are here plotting against her behind her back. Precious, Precious, Precious. How many times did I call you? If you know what is good for you, you would get out of my sight immediately before I increase your punishment tenfold." Precious then quickly responded, "But father, you can't be this naive. You are banking your whole kingdom, our lineage, on some slim chance that Amaka, the girl who no man has ever courted since she was born, to marry a peasant hunter that you have never met before." King David responded, "Then it's settled. I would meet with Amaka's friend soonest. But as for you, your punishment remains the same. Now leave my presence immediately. Leave." Amaka, who was just coming back from her meeting with Dyke, overheard the shouting coming from the king's quarters and rushed in. "Is there any problem, father?" Amaka asked as Precious hurriedly left their presence. "No, my dear. Your sister just misbehaved, so I corrected her." The king responded unsuspiciously because he did not want to spoil Amaka's mood with the details of what Precious really did. "Okay, father." Amaka responded as she was about to leave. "Oh, wait, Amaka. There was something I've been meaning to ask you," King David said. "What is it, father?" Amaka replied. "That your friend, Dyke is his name, right? I would like to see him in the palace. At least let me get to know the man that has been making my daughter so happy and full of life," King David said. Amaka then chuckled. "Haha, Daddy, no problem. If that is the case, I will bring him over tomorrow. I'm sure you would like him very much. He is a very charismatic person," Amaka said. "Ah, then it is settled, my daughter. Tomorrow bring over your friend so I will get to know him too," King David replied. "Okay, no problem, Daddy," said as she left his quarters back to her room. The following day, Amaka went to meet Dyke at their normal spot in the forest. When she arrived, she saw Dyke with his bicycle. She hugged him and asked, "Dyke, I did not know you owned a bicycle. There are many things you don't know about me, Amaka. But I know things about you you think I don't know, like how you don't know how to ride a bike." Dyke said, Wait, Dyke, how did you know that I've never ridden a bike before?" Amaka asked. "Oh, please, you are the crowned princess. I'm sure you've been carried about in royal chariots your whole life. So I figured since that is the case and you've never ridden a bicycle like a peasant, maybe I could teach you how to ride one today. Come on, it would be fun." Dyke said, "Okay, I'm in," Amaka replied. So majority of the day Dyke spent teaching Amaka how to ride and maneuver a bicycle. A point came when, as Amaka was practicing to ride as Dyke held the bike, they both fell on the floor because the bike was unstable. As they fell upon each other and locked eyes and stared into each other's pupils with a burning passion. Dyke then began confessing his feelings to Amaka. "Amaka, these past few months we've spent together have been the best months of my life. You are an incredible person, and I've completely fallen in love with you. Amaka, would you marry me?" Dyke asked Amaka earnestly as he knelt on his 2 feet with a wooden crafted ring. Immediately Amaka began blushing uncontrollably and tears of immense joy began flowing down from her eyes. She responded to Dyke's proposal with a resounding yes. "Yes, I'll marry you, Dyke." As she accepted the ring on her finger, they both shared a passionate kiss. Now, after they kissed, Amaka noticed that something felt familiar about the wooden ring. Dyke then told her that he carved the ring out of the very tree that he was stuck in that she saved him from. Now Amaka, overwhelmed with joy about all that happened, informed Dyke that, in fact, her father had planned to see him earlier to get to know her close friend, but now that she is his fiancée, it is even more paramount that he meets her father, the king. Dyke accepted, but first informed her of a surprise he had for her accepting to marry him. "What is it, my love?" Amaka asked. "Well, Amaka, you know my grandfather was a very powerful chief priest, and since we've known each other you've always detested yourself for being a giant. Well, a couple of weeks back I began asking some of my grandfather's associates if there was any spiritual cure to your condition, and just last week I got word from a friend that there is a cure. There is a shrine deep within the Agba evil forest. On the other side of the Agoni River, this shrine, its land is filled with a surplus of spiritual energy. if you were to break the secret egg there at exactly 12 midnight. On the night of a full moon, any wish you make concerning yourself would come to pass. So in theory, if you were to stand in that shrine, break the spiritual egg and make a wish that you stop being so muscular and being a giant, that wish will most certainly come true. Dyke narrated to Amaka. Amaka immediately hugged him in utter excitement. "Oh my God, Dyke, this is amazing news. This would please my father very much to hear along with our engagement." Amaka said to Dyke, "Yes, my love. So what are we waiting for? Let's go see your father." Dyke responded to Amaka, so they left the forest with the guard that followed them. But this time they didn't follow the secret bush path. Instead, they walked majestically through the village's public road as they held hands in love. The villagers who saw them were in awe of how such a handsome man, average in height, would be holding hands with such a beastly-looking princess. People's faces turned to each other as they gossiped desperately and loudly about the couple walking on the road. Some were genuinely surprised by what they were seeing, while others, especially the kids, just wanted to make fun of them. With some shouting, "Look! Look! Look! At our Gant princess and that man! Is this Beauty and the Beast? But this time around the man is the beautiful 1-inch haha." As they laughed at them. At first, Amaka felt a little downcast from the villagers' reactions, but as she looked into Dyke's eyes, she was overshadowed by a great calm, knowing fully well that the one person's opinion truly mattered to her. And that person was the love of her life. And his opinion of her was that she was beautiful and kind. They both kept walking majestically till they reached the palace. When they arrived, Precious could see them coming from the palace gates, so she hid herself in the palace corridors waiting to see if they would go to the king's chambers. Amaka and Dyke would both enter the king's chambers in the palace, with the escort of some guards, as Precious hid behind the door to eavesdrop on their meeting. When they were in the presence of the king, they both knelt down to His Majesty, King David, and greeted him earnestly. King David would tell them to rise and sit down on one of the chairs. Then King David began speaking. "Amaka, my daughter, well done. You have finally brought to my presence the man friend that has been making you happy all this while." Amaka replied, "Yes, oh Daddy, at long last you and him finally meet. Daddy, this is Dyke the hunter, the most kind and noble man in our village. But Daddy, he is no longer my friend, oh." King David then asked, "Amaka, what do you mean? You told me that he was your closest friend." Amaka then replied to her father, "Oh Daddy, don't worry, I think it's better we hear him explain better." "Very well, young man, speak and throw more light on this," King David urged Dyke. Dyke then began speaking. "Great! King David, ruler of our land, may your days be long. Yes, indeed, me and your daughter Amaka were once friends, but today we stopped being friends entirely. Today we became something more. My liege, it is my honor to humbly announce that I asked for your daughter, Amaka, the love of my life's hand, in marriage earlier today, and she accepted my proposal." As soon as he said this, the king busted out in overwhelming tears. He couldn't hold it back even as he tried desperately. The tears were tears of joy for his daughter, Amaka. Dyke tried to comfort him, startled at why he was crying, whether he said anything unpleasant. But then the king started speaking, while still in tears. "It is okay, my son. You have done nothing wrong. This news of you two's engagement just filled my heart with immense joy. Don't worry, you have my full support for both of your unions. Me and my entire cabinet will see to it that you both have a befitting royal wedding." Amaka then responded to her father, "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." But Dyke chipped in with more good news for the king. "My liege, this is not the only good news I bring. As you know, your daughter was stricken with a disease that made her grow into a giant and become muscular. Well, just recently I found a cure for this ailment, but it resides deep within the Agba evil forest. If I were to take the princess there and she performs the required sacrifice at a special shrine in the forest, she would be cured of her affliction permanently. The king then responded to Dyke, "This cure you speak of, are you sure of its efficacy? A journey into the Agba evil forest is no joke. Many warriors have journeyed into that forest in search of power and have never returned. If I were to permit you two to go, would you be able to protect my daughter?" Dyke replied the king immediately, "Yes, my liege. The cure is potent. I got the information from a reliable source, and yes, I swear to protect your daughter with my life. For I am the grandson of Dimpa, the greatest chief priest our land has ever known. We would both make it back alive, and Amaka would get her long-deserved miracle." Then the king replied in optimism, "Very well then, brave hunter Dyke, you have my blessing for this mission. I would provide you both with 10 of my strongest palace guards to ensure both of your safeties. I am guessing you both would want to embark on this mission before your marriage." Amaka and Dyke looked at each other, then looked at the king and responded in unison, "Yes, King David." Then Amaka, Dyke, and the king continued sharing pleasantries. As Precious, who had been listening in on the whole conversation, was struck with a great sadness. Her throat began to itch, her eyes began turning red, and she was nearly driven to tears. "Amaka, my sister, has found a suitor, and worst of all, they have found a cure to her condition. All my plans and dreams of becoming the next ruler of our kingdom are ruined." So she thought, "But no, Precious, get a grip, you can still do something to secure your future. But you have to act fast," she said to herself. While she was still talking, Amaka and Dyke walked out of the king's quarters and passed where she was standing in the corridor. Dyke, being a gentleman, greeted her, but she ignored him and sighed, walking out of their presence like they were long-time enemies. This was the first sign that Precious had declared war on their union. But Amaka and Dyke were oblivious to this. The next morning, Precious sneaked out of the palace to visit her friend Elizabeth, whose auntie was one of the dreaded witches of the neighboring kingdom. Precious asked Elizabeth to take her to her auntie, as she was ready to pay any sacrifice to ensure that Amaka and Dyke's union failed. That morning, while in her house, Elizabeth screamed, "Precious! Precious! Why would you want to do that to your own sister, your own blood? This isn't right." "Shut up," Precious immediately responded. "Did I ask you for your opinion? Who gave you the right to judge me? Look, just because we are friends doesn't mean you would forget the fact that I am your princess." Elizabeth then responded in a defeated voice, "I know, my liege, and I'm not trying to disrespect you, but killing your sister feels a bit much if you ask me. She is your sister after all." Precious then responded, "How dare you call that thing my sister? Look, Elizabeth, I only asked you to take me to your auntie, who is a powerful witch doctor in Apama Kingdom. I don't even know why I told you what I wanted her to help me do, because clearly you do not have the stomach for it. Do you have any idea what is at stake for me here? My dream, my kingdom, my throne. All is at stake for me because my beast of a sister somehow won the lottery and found a foolish hunter who would love her ugly, muscular, beastly body. Never. I won't be defeated so easily. Elizabeth, would you help me or not?" "But Princess Precious," Elizabeth responded. "No buts," Precious said immediately. "When you came to me 7 years ago to help your parents kickstart their poultry business so your family won't starve to death, did I say any buts?" Elizabeth then responded, "But Princess, we pay you 70% of all revenue generated from that business." Precious then responded, "So what are you saying, Elizabeth? How does that have to do with anything? Or do you want me to shut your parents' whole business down? You know I can do it." Elizabeth then responded immediately, "No, my liege, please don't. So would you take me to go see Agatha, your auntie, the most powerful witch doctor in all the 7 neighboring kingdoms? Elizabeth then responded as she bowed her head. Yes, my liege, I will. Later that day in the evening, Precious bribed some palace guards to escort her on a secret journey with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, Princess Precious, and 3 palace guards all embarked on a journey to Apama Kingdom to see Agatha. For Precious to ensure that no one associated with her father King David found out what she was doing, she decided they travel at night, through a secret bush part. As they were walking down this bush part, Elizabeth was lost in thought, contemplating the gravity of what she was helping Princess Precious to do. So she thought back to a time when everything made sense. You see, a long time ago, Elizabeth was once Amaka's best and only friend. This was when they were just little girls. Elizabeth was the only person Amaka used to talk to. They would just together, play together, and get in so much trouble when they were small. You see, the reason their friendship flourished was because Elizabeth never discriminated against Amaka's giant stature. And with all things being equal, it was as if their friendship would never end. Because they were inseparable. So much so that some villagers even began thinking that King David had 3 daughters because of how frequently Elizabeth visited the royal palace to see Amaka. During this time, though, Precious, who always hated seeing her big sister Amaka happy, was infuriated by how happy and hopeful their friendship was making Amaka, because it endangered her ultimate plan of stealing the throne from Amaka. So she devised a wicked plan to destroy their friendship once and for all, and ensure Amaka's loneliness and misery. You see, at that time when Elizabeth was just a little girl, her family was struggling financially. Her whole family had just relocated away from their former village in Apama Kingdom, and they hurriedly came to King David's village without any of their belongings. They basically had to start life from scratch. You could imagine. Luckily for her family, though, a friend of Elizabeth's father was willing to lend a piece of land to their family, so that they could cultivate it and at least see something to eat daily. So usually during the day when Elizabeth isn't playing with Amaka in the palace, she spent most of her time with her family at the farm earning her daily meal. Precious knew this about Elizabeth's family and decided to exploit it for her own agenda. One day, Princess Precious executed a cunning plan to hire a group of thieves and savages to go in the night to steal and uproot crops planted by Elizabeth's family on their farmland. The first time this happened, it threw Elizabeth's family off balance, and within a month they were able to recuperate what they had lost from the thieves. But it took a ton of hard work. But Precious, being persistent, sent the thieves again the following month to steal their crops again. This back and forth would go on for months till eventually, Elizabeth's father's friend had no choice but to take back the land and sell it off to a nobleman, who could afford to hire guards to guard it against thieves. This left Elizabeth's family without a source of income or even food, and they had to resort to begging to survive. One day during these times, Elizabeth visited the royal palace in tears. She was unbelievably hungry and tired because she had been begging all day without any luck. So she made up her mind to ask her friend Amaka for help. Even though she promised not to use their friendship to ask Amaka for royal favors because she was the crowned princess. When she arrived at the palace gates, she approached one of the guards and asked, "Please, noble guard, I am looking for Princess Amaka. I am her friend." "Friend?" The guard responded, "Princess Amaka doesn't have any friends, and certainly if she did, it would not be the likes of you, a poor, dirty, hungry peasant." Elizabeth then immediately responded, "But it's true, I am her friend. I have been visiting this very palace for months now because me and Princess Amaka are friends. I have even seen you guards a couple of times when I used to come to visit her. Or is it you don't recognize me because I am so lean out of hunger? It's me, Elizabeth. Please let me and I have something to discuss with Princess Amaka." As soon as Elizabeth finished talking, the guard rubbed his head in remembrance. Oh, Elizabeth, that's right, Princess Amaka's only friend. Now you come. I now remember. Thank goodness, now can you let me in?" Elizabeth asked. Then the guard responded, "We the guards were given strict orders not to allow you anywhere near Princess Amaka, so step back before we strike you." "What? Why?" Elizabeth immediately exclaimed, Whose orders, if I may ask? Well, Princess Amaka's orders, of course. And if I were to advise you, you should leave here before the princess sees you, the guards immediately replied. What? Why? I don't understand. Princess Amaka would never. Would never what? The guard immediately interrupted Elizabeth. Would never distance herself from a filthy peasant like you? Oh please, peasant, who by the way just wants to get her filthy hands on some of her royal wealth. Elizabeth then responded, what do you mean? How? Shush your mouth, child, the guard screamed. Elizabeth immediately kept quiet in fear. That's right, we know why you are here, so you can save the bullshit. Everyone and their mothers have heard the series of misfortune that has befallen your family. And so has Princess Amaka. She saw how pathetic and inferior your family had become now that you guys have no farmland to cultivate, and she wants nothing to do with you anymore. As soon as Elizabeth heard this, she fell to her knees in tears and heartbreak, refusing to accept what the guards were telling her. That's a lie, Amaka would never do that to me, Elizabeth said. The guard then responded, who did you think told us to tell you this? Look, we are just messengers and an extension of the will of the royal family. As Elizabeth heard this, she busted out in loud tears. This is when the guards now physically grabbed her and were about to throw her out of the palace gates because she was making a nuisance. Not until Princess Precious conveniently walked out the gate with her entourage. Immediately Princess Precious arrived, she immediately reprimanded the guards. Stop! Stop! I said, do you know who you want to throw out of the palace? That is Elizabeth, Princess Amaka's most beloved friend. Immediately the guards heard Princess Precious's voice. They were gripped with fear and they immediately stopped manhandling Elizabeth. One of the guards then responded to Princess Precious. But your grace, we were under strict orders not to allow this maiden into the palace. Precious then immediately responded. Under strict orders from who? The guard then fiercely looked into the eyes of the princess in solidarity, and responded, under strict orders from Princess Amaka, your majesty. As Elizabeth witnessed the guard repeat that statement in front of Princess Precious, that Amaka actually ordered her not to be let into the palace because of her family's current predicament. Her eyes sunk in with the feeling of betrayal and despair. She couldn't believe Amaka would do that to her because of her family's current condition. If only she knew what was really going on. While Elizabeth was lost in thought, contemplating everything she thought she knew, Precious shook her body to snap her out of it. Elizabeth, Elizabeth, are you all right? Precious desperately asked as she shook her body. Eventually, Elizabeth came through and began sobbing while she responded to Princess Precious. Yes. Princess, I'm fine, thank you for checking on me. Of course, I'm glad you are fine. Precious responded to Elizabeth, then said to the guards, I don't care what my big sister Princess Amaka said. Elizabeth is like family to us. She can enter the royal palace anytime she pleases. Now Elizabeth, what is it you were seeking when you came here? Let me see if I can help. Precious asked Elizabeth. Elizabeth then responded in a shy tone, well, I actually came here to ask Amaka for a risky favor. I know it's not a secret that my family is now infamously known for striking bad luck with our former farmland, and how since then we have been plunged into creeping poverty and hunger. Ever since then, Precious, I haven't been able to eat 3 square meals a day. In fact, I barely see food to eat once a day, and my slim and skinny appearance is a testament to this. I came here to beg Amaka to overlook the promise I made to her that I wouldn't use our friendship to demand any royal treatment from her or the royal family, and intercede in my family's current condition because it's becoming unbearable for me. But now Amaka has made it clear that she wants nothing to do with me because of our condition. Well, I don't know what to do anymore, Elizabeth said as she burst out in tears again. Hey, don't cry anymore, Elizabeth, Precious said to her. My sister is wicked and cruel like that sometimes. That's why I never got close to her when growing up. I have always known her as the beast she is. both inside and outside. Look, Elizabeth, Amaka might not be willing to help you, but I am willing to do something to help your family. Immediately she said this, Precious' eyes lit up with excitement. Do you mean that? Elizabeth asked. Of course, Elizabeth, you are like family to us in this palace, Precious responded. Look, I'll tell you what, since a lucrative business for your family is the issue, I can loan your dad a huge sum of money to open a poultry farm. You know, chickens are rare in this village, so your dad can sell them and make stupid money for your family. What do you say, Elizabeth? Precious asked ecstatically. Oh my God. Oh my God. Princess Precious, you would really do that for me? Elizabeth asked in tears of joy. Yes, Elizabeth, yes, just like I said, you are like family to me, to this palace, and family helps family. Precious said to Elizabeth. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May the gods bless you, Princess Precious. My family will forever be in your debt. Elizabeth responded to Amaka's offer in utter gratitude. Precious then hurriedly responded. Well, no, Elizabeth, your family doesn't have to be in debt to me. Just you will, Precious said. I don't understand, Precious, Elizabeth responded. What is there not to understand? If I give your family this life-changing business, you would have to do something for me. You see, I scratch your back, you scratch mine, Precious strongly said. What is it, Precious? I'll do anything you ask of me that's in my power. Elizabeth responded. Very well, I want you to cut off all friendship ties with my sister Amaka. From this day henceforth, don't talk to her, hang out with her, or even entertain her presence. I want you to treat her like the beast she is and be done with her. Can you do that for me, Elizabeth? Precious mischievously asked. My liege, if I can speak freely, what you are asking of me feels like treachery. I mean, Amaka is my oldest and longest friend. She is my best friend. I know her sudden attitude towards me in my current condition is horrible, but even at that, still feels wrong cutting her off like that, Elizabeth told Precious. Precious then responded immediately, like what? Cutting you off like what? Look, your problem is that you still think of my big, ugly, muscular sister as your friend. You don't know if she has already classified you as a liability. Open your eyes, Elizabeth. Indiana, the darkest hours, true friendship is tested. And from the events of today, I would say you guys' friendship failed, so stop trying to be a good friend and... But Princess Precious, please understand, Elizabeth immediately interrupted. But what? Now that's enough. I don't want to hear another word from your mouth. You are going to do what I asked, whether you like it or not, or else I would reverse my decision to help your family. Because if you can't see that Amaka, my sister, isn't friendship worthy after all this, then I can't help you anymore. So, do we have a deal? My princess, yes, course we have. I would do as you asked and end my friendship with Amaka. I don't know what came over me. But please do not take back your offer to help my family, Elizabeth said to Precious in a scared voice. There, now you come. From henceforth I am your only friend from this palace. Is that clear? Precious replied Elizabeth. Yes, your highness, Elizabeth said to Precious. Now as they finished talking, Precious stretched out her hand and ordered for her royal maids to come forward. She ordered them to take Elizabeth, Indiana. Maids, take Elizabeth to my royal cook. Let they prepare a meal for her befitting of a princess. She must be extremely hungry after all this standing, she said. So then Elizabeth was taken into the palace, leaving only Princess Precious and the guards in front of the gate. When Elizabeth was out of sight, Precious began laughing mischievously. Her plan to fool Elizabeth into breaking up her friendship with Amaka was successful. She applauded the palace guards standing at the gate for their excellent performance in helping trick Elizabeth that Amaka wanted nothing to do with her. Now she was poor. You see, the entire interaction with Elizabeth was pre-planned by Precious, and Amaka had no idea of it. So after the whole scene, Precious pays off the palace guards for a job well done. Later on, when Elizabeth finished eating inside the palace, Amaka, who had been sleeping the whole time, sighted her from her bedroom window inside the palace. When she saw her, she waved and greeted Elizabeth. "Elizabeth, hey, what are you doing here?" Amaka said while excited. When Elizabeth heard Amaka's voice from afar, she turned back to see her yelling from her window in the palace. And then she gave Amaka a nasty stir, showing how heartbroken and annoyed she was with Princess Amaka. When Amaka says this, she quickly notices Elizabeth's angry demeanor and stopped waving her hand in shock. Elizabeth then faced her front and kept walking out of the palace. Until this day, that was the last time Elizabeth and Amaka spoke, because of Precious's deceit, as Elizabeth was lost in thought, recalling her history with the royal family. Princess Precious opted to snap her out immediately. "Elizabeth, Elizabeth, wake up." Elizabeth stuttered as Precious shouted at her. What? I'm here. I can hear you," she responded. "Ah, finally, you are back from Wonderland. I have been calling your name for over 10 minutes. What are you thinking of, by the way? Don't you know that we are approaching the most dangerous side of the secret bush part? Get your head straight, this part is said to be filled with vicious wolves." So Elizabeth apologized to Precious and stopped daydreaming so that she could focus. They would continue their journey for hours in the night, navigating the bush part and moving as quietly as they approached the den of the wolves. But suddenly it happened. The time was exactly 2:46 a.m. and they were just at the doorstep of the wolf den, when Precious accidentally tripped on a creeping branch and made a loud noise. Immediately after this happened, the guards, Elizabeth, and Precious all stopped moving to see if the noise alerted any wolves of their presence. They waited for about 30 seconds. Then Precious began speaking. "Let's start moving, please. I don't think any wolves heard us. And please, I want to reach Apama before 6 a.m. As she said this, she took the first step forward, and then a group of powerful wolves surrounded her and started barking loudly. "Help! Help me! Please!" Precious exclaimed. As the wolves approached her, one of the guards summoned the courage to grab a broken branch and rush toward the wolves. He then pushed Precious to a safe distance away from the wolves and began waving the branch at the wild animals so that their focus would now be on him. As he did this, the remainder of the crew, including Precious, drew back out of fear of the wolves. Only the brave guard was left with the wolves, to face them alone. Initially, he was able to scare the wolves back with his branch waving, but eventually he grew weak, and the wolves were relentlessly waiting for him to show any weakness. When the guard realized he couldn't hold them back any longer, he began screaming, "Help, help me, please. If you all grab a branch and charge at the wolves like I did, we have a good chance of scaring them away." As he said this, the wolves began coming closer to him as his hand grew very tired. Elizabeth immediately said, "Common, everyone grab a branch, let's help him before it's too late." All the remaining guards did as she said and grabbed a branch ready to charge at the wolves to save the one guard. Except for Precious, though, she was gripped with fear, and as she saw the whole crew was about to charge toward the wolves, she shouted, "Stop! You all should stop." They all stopped immediately and asked Precious why. She then began talking. "Are you all foolish? If we all go, there is a good chance none of us would survive this, so just stop and think for a second before charging in heroism. But what about the trapped guard? If we waste too much time, he would be done for." Elizabeth replied, "Precious. If the wolves get him, then so be it," Precious replied. Elizabeth's face was gripped with shock. She now said out of instant anger, "But Princess, he is the one who just saved you. How can you now start saying this when he is the one in trouble?" Precious immediately responded, "Shut up, shut up. As so what, he saved me, that's his job, to lay down his life for me, and he is about to take it a step further now, by using his life to buy us time to escape. Now, everyone put down your branches and let's go around the wolves immediately, that's an order." As she said this, Everyone dropped their branches reluctantly and began walking around the one guard fighting off wolves. As he saw they were leaving him, he began screaming, "Help! Help! Please don't leave me. I'm begging please." With tears in his eyes, he grew ever tired of waving his branch. Precious then instructed the whole crew, "Don't look back at him. Just keep moving. We still have some distance to cover before we arrive at Apama." So everyone except Precious hid their face in shame from looking at the helpless guard. And as they were walking, they gradually began hearing the wolves devour him. Their hearts were gripped with horror as they spent over an hour listening to the cries of a dying man who was getting devoured by wolves. The night was like it would never end. But in time, the guard gave in to the strength of the wolves and his life left his body. The rest of the crew from henceforth were silent for the rest of the journey as they were ashamed of how they abandoned their comrade to die for selfish reasons. Except for Princess Precious though, in fact, as for her, she was full of energy as they drew ever closer to their destination. Eventually, at exactly 4:30 a.m., they arrived at the forest of Zagata. The forest directly leads into the Apama Kingdom, the home of Agatha, the infamous witch doctor. Now from henceforth, it was Elizabeth who led the way, as only she knew the location of the shrine because she was related to Agatha. She led them into the forest and then suddenly stopped behind a big tree and said, "We are here, guys." Princess Precious immediately asked, "Where are we exactly?" "We are standing in front of a big tree and I see nothing but the tree." "So what are you talking about?" "You can't see it because you are an outsider, but I can. My aunt Agatha's shrine is right in front of us, but all of you are too blind to see it." "Wait, did you just call me blind, Elizabeth? Have you forgotten who you are talking to?" Precious said to Elizabeth. "Yes, you are blind for now, but you shall soon see." Then Elizabeth grabbed a pile of dirt from the ground, did some incantations on it, and then blew it on Precious's face. Immediately a gory and mystic shrine appeared to Precious. The shrine was full of skulls and dead animal carcasses, and right in deep in the center of it all was Agatha, standing magnificently with her staff in her hand. Before you see the deal Precious made with Agatha, let me briefly tell you guys about our latest novel, titled The Devil Prodigy. It is a short about a boy who uses his devil powers to avenge his parents' death, and I'm sure you all would enjoy it. It's on sale now, and the first 50 people who buy the book in the next 24 hours get a massive discount. So just click the first link in the pinned comment of this video or in the description and start immersing yourself in the ebook. Making these stories really takes a lot of time and effort, and by buying our ebooks you are helping to support our stories. Thank you. Now back to the story. "Wait here, let me greet my auntie," Elizabeth told Precious. So Elizabeth stepped forward and knelt before Agatha. "Great priestess of the south, the eye of the gods, the wind that cannot be seen with the naked eyes, I greet you," she said to Agatha. There was a deafening silence for 15 seconds, and then Agatha began speaking. "So, the spun of Olivia finally decided to come and see me. That means you must want something." "No, auntie. Who told you I wanted something?" Elizabeth responded to Agatha. "Your mother hasn't contacted me in over 15 years. Agatha angrily said. "So of course you would only come to me when you want something. Do you want to trick the great Agatha?" "No, auntie. I'm sorry," Elizabeth said with a scared tone. "So, what do you want, niece? Spit it out," Agatha said. Then she looked over Elizabeth's shoulders and saw Precious, standing confused. So you brought a princess's head for me as a gift, Elizabeth. Maybe I underestimated you, which blood does flow through your veins." "No, auntie," Elizabeth responded. "I brought her because she needs your help. Her throne is at stake, and she wants you to help her secure it." "Oh really?" said Agatha, "and what do I get in return?" Then from the back, Precious shouted, "Anything! Eye of the gods, I would give you anything. Please, my kingdom is in danger. My useless beast of a sister wants to snatch it from me, and I can't let her," Precious said as she walked closer to the shrine. Agatha then responded, "Very well, Princess, follow me. You too, Elizabeth." So Agatha took both Elizabeth and Precious inside her inner chambers in the shrine, and they all sat. Agatha then asked Precious, "How exactly do you want me to help you, Precious? You say this sister of yours is causing you trouble. Do you want me to eliminate her?" "Yes, Priestess, that's exactly what I want you to do. I want her to sleep and never wake up again. Can you do that for me?" Precious said. Agatha then replied, "What you are asking is a tough one. Your sister Amaka is of royal blood, and for that reason she is protected by the gods. To force the gods' hands away from her, so I can strike her dead, you would need to make a big sacrifice." Precious immediately responded, "I am ready to make any sacrifice, Great One." "Very well, if I start the ritual, you must promise to bring the heads of 12 virgins in a span of 2 days, or else you yourself would die," Agatha said. Precious then responded in a scared tone, "But Great One, what you are asking of me is too great. 12 human heads, and not just ordinary heads, that of virgins. How am I to find this type of people amongst my subjects, more or less even kill them in a span of 2 days?" She lamented. "Well, Princess Precious, you should have thought about that before coming all this way to my shrine. Now that young guard's life you sacrificed to the wolves would amount to nothing," Agatha told Precious. After Agatha spoke, Precious became silent as she was lost in thought, contemplating whether or not she should risk commencing the ritual with the possibility of dying after 2 days if she failed to bring the heads. Is this how I lose my dreams? Is this how my story ends? Curse you, Amaka! Why did you have to find a husband? Why does Daddy tolerate your inadequacies so much? So this was all for nothing. So she thought to herself. Then all of a sudden Elizabeth began talking in a loud tone. No, Auntie, you are wrong. This can't all be for nothing, and that guard didn't die in vain. Precious, I have an alternative idea that can enable you to achieve your goal without risking death," Elizabeth said. "Well, go ahead, spit it out, I'm all ears," Precious responded. Elizabeth then continued, "Great Agatha, you said that killing someone of royal blood is difficult because the hands of the gods are heavily protecting their lives. Well, what if we don't kill Amaka at all? What if instead you perform a ritual that turns the heart of King David against his daughter Amaka? He would develop a deep hatred for her, and then you'll make him completely subservient to Precious, so that if she asks for anything she wants, like say to become his heir, he would gladly do it for her. This way no royal blood is spilled, and Princess Precious can go ahead and achieve her goal of becoming the next ruler of our kingdom." After Elizabeth finished speaking, Precious was in awe of Elizabeth's brilliant alternative plan, and she supported and asked Agatha if it could be done. Agatha then responded, "Elizabeth, this your dubious plan, I have to say I am impressed. I always associated my sister, your mother's family, with cowardice. But you might be the exception," she said to Elizabeth, then turned and faced Precious. "Yes, Princess, this plan, it can be done, and the ritual, the sacrifice required for it is quite simple. To bend the heart of the king and sway it in your favor, you would need to bring me 2 human heads within a span of 24 hours immediately after I commence the ritual, or else you yourself, Princess Precious, would run mad." Elizabeth immediately responded to Agatha, "What? I thought you said the sacrifice is easier. How is bringing 2 human heads in the span of 24 hours easier than the last sacrifice? Auntie, please, these conditions are too harsh. I don't think..." Before Elizabeth could finish speaking, Precious, who had been considering what Agatha demanded with her head facing downwards and an evil smirk on her face, immediately interrupted. "Elizabeth, shut up your mouth, let me talk to Agatha." Elizabeth would immediately obey and shut her mouth. Then Precious continued, "Great One, you said you needed 2 human heads, right? And this time it doesn't matter whether they are virgins or not?" Precious asked. "That is correct," Agatha responded. Then Precious then continued, These humans that would be sacrificed, must it be us that would kill them? Can we just lure them into your shrine, and then you would do the killing and take what you want? Precious asked. Very well, yes. If you can lure them here, princess, then I would do the dirty work for you since you are too scared to do it yourself. Agatha responded. Very well, great one. There are 2 guards outside that escorted us to your shrine. I want to use them for this sacrifice and be done with it. Precious said. As soon as Elizabeth heard what she said, her eyes sank and she was overwhelmed with great fear. How can you do that to those guards? These are the same guards who were willing to give up their lives to protect you on this journey. How can you betray them like that? Elizabeth screamed. Shut up your mouth, Elizabeth. I do not need your opinion on this issue. I have made my choice. Those guards are my subjects. Thus their lives belong to me, and I would use them however I see fit, Precious said to Elizabeth. Elizabeth then responded. If that is how you really feel about your subjects, then maybe your father is right. You don't deserve to rule our kingdom. Immediately Precious got enraged. Agatha, bind Elizabeth's mouth, hands and legs. It is I who asked for this ritual, not her. So I don't want her interfering, as I bring you the sacrifices, Precious told Agatha. Very well. Agatha responded and cast a spell, binding Elizabeth's mouth and limbs. Precious would then go outside the shrine and lured the 2 guards standing watch inside the shrine. And as the guards step in, Agatha ambushed them both with devilish speed, using a ritual dagger to slit their throats. Immediately the life in them began fading as they gasped for air with their wounded necks. Their eyes, Elizabeth, who glanced at the guards while blinded, could see the feeling of sadness and betrayal in their eyes, the same way she felt when she heard the news that Amaka wanted nothing to do with her after her family was driven to poverty. Immediately Elizabeth then noticed, looking at one of the guards' eyes, that it was the same guard who broke the news to her about Amaka not wanting anything to do with her. As she noticed this, she then observed as the guard gasped for air as he uttered his last words while looking into her eyes. It was all a lie, he said, and before you knew it, both guards were dead, lying on the floor. Elizabeth immediately was in tears, but unlike her, Precious was elated. Afterward, she happily helped Agatha sever the heads from the guard's body, and both Precious and Agatha completed the ritual without Elizabeth, who cried throughout the night mourning the fallen guards. When Precious and Agatha were done, Agatha gave Precious a special powder to put in the king's food, so that when the king eats it, the spell will begin working and Precious will have full control of the king's mind. After that, when the sun came out in the morning, Precious asked Agatha to unbound Elizabeth, so that they could go home, now that everything was done. So Agatha unbounded Elizabeth and gave them directions on the safest path to follow back to their kingdom. So Precious dragged Elizabeth, who was weak after crying all night, and took her back to the kingdom. Precious then dropped her at her house when Elizabeth's parents asked where they had gone and why their daughter looked like she had run a marathon. Precious lied to her parents that she fainted along the village road, and that was why she looked so pale and weak. Elizabeth's parents bought the lies, and then Precious went back to the palace and snuck back inside. But as she was about to enter her room, she saw Amaka sitting on a chair close to her bed, with a worried look on her face. Immediately Amaka saw her. Amaka ran and hugged her. Precious, my baby sister, where have you been? I and Daddy have been worried sick. We searched the entire palace last night and we couldn't find you. Since when did you start sneaking out like me? Amaka asked. Immediately Precious became disgusted and pushed Amaka away from her body. Get off me, you beast. Why are you being so weird? So I had a little sleepover at one of my friend's house last night. Big deal. You see, when I do it, it is normal because I actually have friends, but when you run away, it is like when an animal escapes from the zoo, it isn't meant to happen. Precious responded. Precious, do you even know why we were looking for you last night? I came to your room to inform you that today would be my last day in the kingdom before I travel with Dyke to the Agba evil forest to obtain a cure for my condition. And I wanted to tell you that I don't know how long I will be gone, but during this time I will miss you a lot. So stop being mean to me, we always fight. And now things are finally working out in my life. I want us to bury the hatchet and treat each other with sister love from henceforth. Amaka said to Precious as she was almost in tears. Precious then responded almost immediately. Oh, please save the theatrics. Look, Amaka, I see you for who you truly are, always have and I always will. And what you are is just a big, ugly, muscular stumbling block preventing me from achieving my destiny. You think I don't know that you are probably laughing inside your heart right now, knowing that you now have a suitor and now can inherit the throne, stealing it from me. Oh, I know, and don't you worry, this your brief glimpse of victory is about to be cut short. I'll make sure of it, you have my word. Now, get out of my room. Immediately, after she said this, Amaka burst out in tears. It's not fair. It's not fair how you treat me, whatever have I done to you? And what is all this about stealing the throne from you? You've always picked on me ever since we were kids. And up until now, you've never said why. So this is the reason you want Daddy's throne. But you know fully well that it is customary for the first daughter to inherit it. You say I am stealing it from you like I have a choice. Well, Precious, I don't have a choice. That is why I have spent the majority of my life trying to show everyone that I am worthy of that throne. Even though I never wanted it. It's because unlike you, I think of the greater good and not just myself. I came to you so that we could bury the hatchet, but now it has occurred to me that you will always hate me no matter what I do, so from henceforth I will stop trying. Amaka said to Precious. After Amaka finished talking, she walked out of Precious's room in tears. Now later that morning, Precious went to the king's chambers to report where she had been the past day and why some of the palace guards were missing. When she arrived at the king's chambers, she peeped through the door and saw King David, sitting alone on his throne. She walked in and greeted me. Daddy, good morning. May your days be long. What is good about the morning? King David responded. One of my daughters mysteriously disappeared with some of my palace guards and didn't even leave a hint of her whereabouts. Precious, my daughter, don't you know that I wasn't able to sleep last night because I was worried sick for your safety? King David said to Precious. Sorry, Dad, but don't make a big deal out of it. I just went to sleep over at one of my friends and that's all. I didn't inform you because I thought you wouldn't care since I'm your second daughter and not your beloved firstborn Amaka. Precious responded to King David. How can you talk to me in such a tone? Have you forgotten that I am the king? King David immediately said to Precious. Oh please, what is the worst you would do to me, Daddy? Increase my punishment. Now if you would excuse me, I told you what I wanted to tell you. Now can I be on my merry way? Precious responded. King David then dropped his voice to a sad tone and started talking. Precious, I know you have been acting up lately because you might have heard that your sister would soon be getting married. And I know you might be scared of things changing too quickly in the palace. I understand. Me too, I'm scared. We both have had to take care of your big sister ever since your mother died, and given Amaka's condition, it hasn't been easy, so to speak. I am also aware that you have always wanted to succeed my throne as opposed to your big sister Amaka. But I beg of you, please let this ambition go. You can't keep hating her forever. Instead, join hands with her and help her rule this kingdom well when I'm gone. Please, I am not getting any younger. When Precious heard this, she quietly smiled and in a fake cheerful tone responded to King David. Okay, Daddy, I have heard you and I understand you just want the best for both us. I promise from henceforth I will make things right with my sister and try my best to make you happy. Is that okay? Oh, Precious, that would be wonderful. I'm so glad you have finally come to your senses. In fact, I am lifting the punishment I gave you prior. I think you have earned as much. Kind David said. "Oh really? Thank you, Daddy. And in that case, allow me to make one last farewell dinner for Amaka so that we can all sit down and eat as a family one last time before she embarks on her journey." Precious asked King David. King David then paused for a while contemplating Amaka's offer. But they agreed. "Oh, why not? Please go ahead and make the dinner so that we can get this happy family back on track." King David said ignorantly. Precious then responded, "Of course, Daddy," and left his presents back to her room. If only King David knew what he had agreed to. Later that day in the night, Precious had prepared for the family a last supper. It was a fried rice and chicken combo, and Precious made sure that all the chicken used were double seasoned and extra spicy. When she had finished preparing the meal, she sent some servants to alert the king and Amaka that dinner was ready. When King David heard from the servants, he was elated and surprised that Precious actually went through with what she told him. The person who was most shocked, though, was Amaka. When the servants informed her of the last supper Precious had prepared, she asked in a surprised tone, "Precious, my younger sister, prepare a send-off supper for me? What is she up to now? I won't believe it until I see it." So Amaka reluctantly prepared and went to the royal dining room, only to see that indeed Precious did prepare dinner for the family. And it was rice and chicken, her favorite. Amaka, in a confused state, went ahead to sit down on the table. She helped herself to some rice and chicken. But before she started eating, she said to Precious, "Precious, this is all lovely, but I can't help to wonder why. Earlier today when I came to your room, you almost bit my head off, and now you are cooking a world-class dinner as a farewell package for me before I embark on my journey with my fiancé. I'm sorry, but I'm finding it difficult to buy this your sudden transformation." Precious then replied to her, "Well, what can I say? After you left my room, I had time to think about what you said, and Daddy also said something to me in his chambers that really spoke to my heart. You both are right. I think it's time to bury the hatchet. Amaka, you are my big sister and I love you. I'm happy you are getting married, and it would be my pleasure to support you when you ascend the throne. Please forgive me for all the pain I have caused you over the years. I was wrong and selfish. Now I see the error in my ways. So please eat this farewell dinner as a gesture showing my love for you." Precious decidedly said. As soon as she said this, Amaka's eyes were filled with a great relief. She immediately replied, "Precious. Precious. This is so wonderful. You are finally coming around. And yes, of course, I forgive. Now let's eat this dinner and drink wine as a commemoration of a new era in our family." So King David, Precious, and Amaka all ate food, and just that night, they all shared laughs and compliments throughout the night. But suddenly something happened that hinted at the fact that Precious had been pretending this whole time. You see, while they were eating, King David jokingly stated that Precious used a foreign chicken while cooking because it tasted very different from the chicken he usually eats. After he made this comment, Amaka tried to reach over the table to have a piece of the chicken to know what was so special about it. But Precious knocked her stretched hand down, preventing her from doing so. Amaka then asked, "Precious, why would you hit me like that? I thought we were now friends. What is the big deal?" Precious then replied in a paranoid voice, Well, I made both of your chickens special for each of you, so I don't want any person tasting each other's food. Okay?" Amaka said her, "Okay, geez, but it's just food after all." "Yeah, well, it means a lot to me, so please respect my decision." Precious replied Amaka, Okay, I won't eat Daddy's chicken." Amaka eventually agreed. Little did she know that Precious was lying to them. The real reason for not allowing her to taste their dad, King David's food, was that Precious had spiked his food with the charm Agatha had given her. And she knows if Amaka should join King David in eating his food, the charm might be rendered ineffective. and she staged the whole dinner and her redemption arc, all as a ploy to trick her already suspicious dad into eating her food unsuspectingly. And it worked. After King David had finished eating his food, he was struck with a great sleep, as if he was coming down with something, as the charm had begun taking effect on his body. Precious noticed this and smiled mischievously, knowing that her plan had finally come to fruition. So she pretended to be concerned and escorted King David to his bedroom. When she got there, she helped her dad get on the bed and tucked him in, and as he was about to sleep, she whispered in his ears, "Sleep freely now, Daddy, for tomorrow you will be my slave." And then she kissed his forehead. The following morning, Amaka woke up early to prepare the royal guards that would be escorting her and Dyke on their quest to the Evil Forest. After she had finished preparing, she waited earnestly for her dad to see her off from the palace, but he was nowhere to be found, and so was Precious. So as Amaka was about to send one of the servants to go check on the king, Precious came out immediately to see her off, stopping the servant and telling Amaka that their father was still sleeping. "Amaka, beloved sister, our dear old daddy is still sleeping, but you can be on your way now. I will send your regards to daddy when he wakes up." "Okay," Amaka responded. "Tell him I love him, and oh Precious, I'm gonna miss you both." Amaka said, "Don't worry, big sister. We will see each other sooner than you think." Precious responded with a sinister voice. After their brief conversation, Amaka left with her entourage to go pick up the Dyke at his house. When she got there, he was already set, and then he joined her immediately as they began heading towards the evil forest. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Princess Amaka was plotting her coup. Shortly after she had finished talking to Amaka, she went back to King David's room, where she found him kneeling down like she had instructed him to do. You see, earlier in the morning, even before Amaka woke up, Precious had gone to King David's room to test whether the charm he ate last night was now affected. And to her greatest surprise, it was not only effective, but it exceeded her expectations. Not only did the king develop a burning hatred for Amaka, but Precious now had complete control of the king's mind. So that morning, to test her new powers over King David, she instructed him to kneel down and stay put in his room, so that Amaka wouldn't suspect a thing. But now that Amaka had left, she came to him and commanded him to carry out a mission. So when she came back to the room, she saw him kneeling and began talking. "Rise, father, for now is the time to strike. Your daughter Amaka has left your palace without informing you. She has ran away with that bastard hunter Dyke, and she wishes to go to the Evil Forest to acquire a power that would allow her to strike you dead. She is a traitor, always has and always will be. You can't let her win. Rise now and alert your Ashamaris. Send them to go and arrest the traitor and secure your throne." Precious whispered to King David's ears. As soon as King David heard Precious' commands, he quickly commanded one of the servants passing. "Servant, go alert the Ashamaris. Tell them their king has a mission for them, and inform them that it is a matter of life and death." So quickly the servant ran and delivered the message to the Ashamaris, informing them of exactly what the king had asked him to say. Now the Ashamaris were a group of lethal warriors that were armed to the teeth, and different from other militia in the kingdom, these warriors were chosen from birth, and have been trained in the act of warfare ever since they were children, to serve as the king's sword and his private lethal assassins. So that morning, when the servant delivered the king's message to them while at their camp, they immediately answered the king's call and rushed to the royal palace on their mighty horses. When they arrived, the king immediately instructed them to go after Princess Amaka and arrest her before she got too far. He also instructed them to kill anybody she was with. So immediately the Ashamaris obeyed the king's command and began their hunt for Princess Amaka. As they left, Precious, who was observing the king briefing the warriors from her window in the palace, smiled because her plans were being carried out exactly as she wanted. Now later that day in the evening, Amaka, Dyke, and the royal entourage were closing in on the river that demarcated their kingdom and the Agba evil forest. But just when they were about to reach it, they heard the noise of several horses closing in on them. At first, Amaka told the guards with her to ignore it and keep moving forward. But when she saw the warriors on the horses were honing in on their specific direction, she asked her guards, including Dyke, to arm themselves and prepare for anything. The warriors drew closer to them and eventually surrounded them with their horses because they were more in number than Amaka's entourage. But suddenly Amaka noticed the upside-down skull emblem on their armor, and she quickly recognized that it was the symbol of the great Oshimari warriors. So Amaka then began speaking in their presence. "Great Oshimari warriors, the lions of the south, why are you ambushing your crowned princess?" The leader of the Oshimaris then responded to Amaka, "Princess Amaka, by order of King David, you are under arrest for treason against your kingdom." "What are you talking about? I didn't commit any treasonable act against my kingdom, and what you're saying is obviously bullshit, cause my dad would never arrest me." Amaka immediately responded to them. She then turned to the guards that were with her and ordered them, "Royal guards, subdue this impostor," she commanded. In a matter of seconds, the Oshimari warriors and her royal guards engaged in an epic battle. But as quickly as the battle began, it ended as quick as the Oshimaris wasted no time in slaying all the royal guards that attacked them in just a few minutes, showing clearly how powerful and terrifying they are, leaving only Dyke and Princess Amaka alive. As Amaka saw the deceased bodies of her slain guards, she was driven to a pang of great sadness and anger, and in that moment her mind went blank. All she could think, see, and feel was rage. So with her muscular physique and unnatural strength, she charged at the Oshimaris to avenge her fallen guards. As Amaka charged toward the Oshimaris with deadly force, she began beating several of the militia men to a pulp. All of the Oshimaris were in awe of Amaka's brutal vigor in battle. The kind, ever-loving Amaka was gone. All that was left was a muscular giant girl with ungodly strength. So as the battle went on, the Oshimaris fell one after the other. The leader of the Oshimaris, Farouk, saw this and ordered his 10 strongest men who were still standing on the battlefield, beaten and battered by Amaka, to draw back and retreat as the night drew near. So they obeyed, drawing back as the 10 strongest amongst the Oshimaris, including their leader Farouk, ran away, as they were terrified of Amaka's strength. When Amaka saw them running away from the battlefield, she screamed, "You cowards! You came here under false pretenses to kidnap me and hold me for ransom, lying that my father sent you. Then you slaughtered my innocent guards who were only trying to protect me from your lies. But now that you have seen that I'm not just a poor, weak, defenseless princess, you run away? Cowards!" As soon as the leader of the Oshimaris, Farouk, heard this, he turned back and shouted at Amaka, "The only thing we did was slaughter your pathetic guards, and now you've slaughtered men of ours too, so we never lied to you. But if you think that this is over, then you didn't hear well about the Oshimaris." Shortly after the men had retreated, Amaka became dizzy and fainted from the wounds she endured in battle. Dyke immediately caught her before she fell straight to the ground, bashing her head, and then he would carry her to a safe place beside the river that demarcated their kingdom from the Agba evil forest. A few hours would pass before Amaka woke up in Dyke's hands and opened her eyes, which were full of tears because of the wounds she endured in battle. And then all of a sudden she began speaking to Dyke. She asked him what those men said, the Oshimaris. "Be honest with me, do you think could it be true? Does my father really think I committed treason?" Dyke immediately responded, "How can you even consider that thought? Of course not, those so-called Oshimaris are liars. I mean, look at them. Do they even look like people that can be in any way associated with the royal family? Your father couldn't have ever associated with those savage men. More or less sent them to attack you, so don't even for a second buy into their lies. Dyke said to Amaka. Amaka then responded, but Dyke, I literally killed more than 70% of their army, and yet when I challenged them when they were running away, they still repeated the same thing they said to us when they came. My father had sent them. And these are the Ashamaris we are talking about, not just any random palace guard. Dyke then asked in confusion, wait Amaka, I don't get it. What is so special about these quote-unquote Ashamaris? And why are you talking about them like they are some sort of deity? You just defeated most of their men in combat and cracked their heads. I don't get it, you are not telling me the full story, Amaka. Amaka then held Dyke's face as she responded. My love, I can't tell you the full story because I am ashamed of my past. I am ashamed of what my being born into this world has cost everyone that I have ever loved. Talk to me, my love. You know you can tell me everything, Dyke said to Amaka. Amaka then began talking in a dwindling tone as she was very weak. Dyke, my love, the story I am about to tell you was the story my mom told me every night when she was alive. And I am only telling you because I love you and trust you. Amaka said. Alright my love, I'm all ears, you can trust me. Dyke responded. Then Amaka began talking. A long time ago when I was just a few months old, my father took me to your late grandfather Dimpa, the greatest chief priest of our land, because I had a problem. When my mom gave birth to me, I didn't look like other babies. My head was big and my body was stiff and hard as opposed to other babies that had normal-sized heads and soft baby-like bodies. My parents, King David and Queen Zainab, were so worried because of this, but at the time they thought I would grow out of this predicament. Unfortunately, as time passed and I grew older, I only began displaying more strange features. My arms became extremely muscular. My head became bigger and my body was stiffer and heavier than ever before, like that of a man. At just 3 years old. When my father, King David, noticed that my condition wasn't just a minor abnormality, he took me to your late grandfather Dimpa to help beg the gods to rid me of my disease. When he arrived at his shrine, my father asked your grandfather what the cause of my condition was. And your grandfather responded, it was because you broke your oath, my lord, and married your wife Zainab, the outsider, and now the gods are punishing you, not just by giving you a female child as your firstborn, but also by giving her the features of a man to mock you. My father, King David, then pleaded with Dimpa, but a great one, can't anything be done to save my poor child? It is not the child's fault. I am the one who broke my oath. I am the one who is supposed to suffer. Please, great Dimpa, help her. Dimpa then responded, my king. I wish there was something I could do to help you, but as I shake these beads and gaze into the eye of this child, all I see is suffering and shame. She would grow up sad and lonely as no one would want to be associated with her, and even the few who do would eventually betray her. Your daughter's condition would only get worse, and her time in this world would be cut short, for at the age of 14, the age she is supposed to be initiated into the Ashamari cult if she were to be of pure blood, she will die. My father then knelt down and pleaded, please Dimpa, I'm begging you in the name of my crown, have mercy on my daughter. Please, was it a crime to follow my heart and marry who I love? Was it a crime? Please. Dimpa then responded, I am not the one to have mercy on you. It is not my place, but the place of the gods, so my king. If you really want to save your daughter, you know what you must do to appease your brothers and the gods. Need I say it? Then King David responded, no, I can never do that to Zainab. She is my heart. She is my love. I defied the gods and married her because as I grew to love an outsider, yes, I admit it, and I then resented the oath I took when I was just 14 years of age. Please, the two kingdoms can coexist. Help me beg the gods my daughter. Please, Dimpa, I beg of you. Dimpa then responded to the king in a sad tone. I'm sorry, my king, but you of all people know that when the gods make up their minds on an issue, they don't turn back. You would have to make a choice, King David, your daughter Amaka or your wife Zainab. That was what your grandfather told my father, King David. Amaka said to Dyke, as she interrupted her story. Dyke then responded, Wait, Amaka, now I am very confused. How does this have to do with the fact that you suspect that these warriors are telling the truth? You are just telling me a story of your dad and my grandpa arguing about some oat in our family's shrine. You are not making any sense, my love. This was my mistake. Please just rest instead. I don't need you to explain anything anymore, my love. As Dyke was talking, Amaka then responded with a serious, fading tone. I am telling you this story because my father was once one of those warriors himself. All the kingsmen of royal blood since our kingdom has existed belonged to the Oshimari Brotherhood of Warriors at some point, she said to him. So don't rush me. Allow me to explain myself fully. Dyke then responded in a surprised tone. What do you mean your father was once a member of those savages? And what do you mean you were meant to belong to them? Allow me to finish my story, then you will understand everything, my love. Amaka said to Dyke. Dyke then responded, All right, my love. Then Amaka continued talking. You asked if truly my father King David was once amongst those warriors, and the answer is yes. And the reason why is because of the history of our land. 1,000 years ago, this our great kingdom was nothing more than a section of the great Apama Empire. The Apama Empire? Don't you mean the Apama Kingdom? Dyke curiously asked. No, my love, I know what I said. It was the Apama Empire, the Apama Kingdom you know today. That is, the village that is neighboring ours is just a shadow now of what it once was. Amaka responded. Before now it was an empire, and it was an empire of witches and warriors. Warriors of the Apama Empire spent centuries slowly conquering all the kingdoms that neighbored them and became a great nation. An empire, so to say. During this time our kingdom's riches were stolen. Our women married off to pure-blooded Apamas, and our people were greatly discriminated against and heavily taxed once we became slave segments of the nation. It was a time of great sadness and teeth-gnashing for our people. But our people more than ever had faith that one day we would be free of the tyranny of the Apamas, and they were as proud and noble as ever. So they began sorting a way to defeat their oppressors. They searched long and hard, and finally, they found a way. You see, the major problem with our people was that they never had a realistic way of defeating the Apamas in combat. Because the Apama people were warriors who possessed unnatural strength fueled by witchcraft, so anyone who took them in combat was instantly defeated. Our people knew this, so they went to acquire power of their own. Every night, all the men of our section would gather around, in front of our village square, and cry to the gods begging for strength in battle. Some groups amongst the men who cried got false revelations that they had gotten the strength required to defeat the Apamas. So those ones would go ahead and form private resistance groups that challenged the leadership of the Apama warriors in our land. Those resistances were all slaughtered in mere minutes when they attacked the Apama warriors. Immediately Dyke now interrupted Amaka, asking, But why? You said our tribesmen prayed to the gods and got a revelation of strength. So why were they defeated by the Apama warriors in combat yet again? And what do you mean the revelation was false? It makes no sense to me. Amaka then responded. You are right, my love. They weren't supposed to be defeated, but they underestimated the cunningness of the Apamas. Like I said before, the Apama warriors weren't just ordinary warriors. They were a clan of very powerful witches. Now, during that time when men of our tribe were crying to the gods at night for power, the king of the Apamas, King Mobu, decided to teach his rebellious subjects a lesson. So he sent a group of his most powerful witch warriors. Known as the Isomaries, these warriors caused confusion in the camp of what he called the most dangerous rebellion to the Apama dynasty, because our tribe's men invoked the sympathy of the gods, which as a witch himself, the king knew could cause serious problems. So, his elite army of witches, the Isomaries, went ahead to carry out their king's orders. That night, when some of our tribesmen thought that they got a revelation from the gods, It was actually an illusion induced by a spell that clouded the minds of a few of our tribesmen, deceiving them so that they would be lured into battle and slaughtered. It was brutal, and it was the first time that the warriors of our tribe understood the sophistication of their lords the Apamos, their king Mobu, and their deadly Isamaries witch warriors. Dyke then interrupted Amaka with a loud tone. Wait. Isamari warriors? That sounds just like what you called those guys that attacked us. What did you call them again? Right. The Oshamari warriors. What's up with that? Dyke asked curiously. Amaka then responded. You are right again, my love, the two names are connected. But please let me finish my story so that you'll understand everything well. Alright, sweetheart, go ahead. Dyke responded. So Amaka continued. Now after that show of strength by King Mobu, our tribesmen became discouraged and almost lost hope of ever escaping the hands of their oppressors. 'Cause anytime they wanted to appeal to the gods for power in order to challenge the Apamos, their Isamaries would always use witchcraft to cause confusion in our camps and tip the scales in their favor. This continued for many years until your family happened, sweetheart. Amaka said to Dyke and then paused. Dyke then looked at her in confusion and asked slowly, What do you mean my family happened? I'm saying there was one man in our tribe who had recently discovered an ability he had to not be susceptible to the witchcraft of the Apamos. The man's name was Odimba, and he was your great-great-great-grandfather. As soon as Dyke heard this, he paused in shock, and then whispered to Amaka, Odimba, the first seer. My grandfather had those words engraved on his shrine. Amaka then responded, Yes, he was the first chief priest of our land, and he was the reason we gained our freedom. Dyke then asked, But how? How did this my ancestor, Odimba, help do what others that came before him didn't? And how was he not susceptible to the witchcraft of the Apamos? Cool down with the questions, Dyke. I haven't finished my story, Amaka jokingly said. Then she continued, This your ancestor Odimba, his ability to resist the witchcraft of the Apama was discovered when he was just a teenager. You see, your ancestor Odimba was actually born a sickler just like me, but his condition was far worse, so my mom said. As a child, he could barely walk, talk, or even eat food well. He was a nightmare for his parents, who had to consistently work overtime to provide for their disabled son. But here is the thing, his parents, his father in particular, was one of the commanders of a section of the warriors who at some point were fooled by the illusions of the Isamaries, and were led into battle to be slaughtered. One day Odimba's father and some of the resistance went on a mission to assassinate some top officials in the Apama leadership. Before they got anywhere close to these officials, most of his men were slaughtered, as was the usual routine of Isamaries versus the resistance. All that was left was Odimba's father and two of his inner circle men. And all three of them fled the scene to escape the brutal witch warriors. Two of the men ran into the bushes nearby to escape and were instantly killed. But Odimba's father ran back to his home so that he could see his wife and teenage son one more time. When he rushed into the house, his wife was outside preparing food for the family, and Odimba was in the living room, playing with some random beads. As he entered hurriedly went to the living room, the Isamaries were right at his back, and out of fear for his life, he hugged his son farewell as tears ran through his eyes. But at that exact moment, Odimba's eyes glowed, and the doors of the house were shut. The Isamaries used every spell and every trick they had to try to get into Odimba's house. But as long as his eyes remained glowing, it all proved futile. When the Isamaries noticed what was going on, they fled his house in awe, for they had never seen a more powerful witch doctor than them, and worst of all, from our kingdom. At this part of the story, Dyke stood up and started passing around as he folded his hands. The night had already come, and Amaka had started gaining her strength. Unknown to her that just a few miles away the Ashamaris who ran were also recuperating, planning to strike back at her. So she sat up and asked Dyke with a cheerful demeanor, "My love, why are you passing around like you are holding in urine? Did I say something that upset you?" Dyke then immediately responded, "No, Amaka, I'm just confused. How did my great ancestor gain that type of power to prevent the witches from coming inside his house?" Dyke asked Amaka curiously. Amaka then responded, "Believe it or not, my love, it was because of his sickly condition. You see, because Odimba was a sickler, his parents always served as a bridge between him and the outside world. He never went out to get his own food, and so his parents grew their own food so that he would never lack. Everything he ever needed was provided for him, and he never had any friends or outsiders who he saw. Literally, his whole world was just his parents. And that was the secret to the power our warriors sought." "What do you mean?" Dyke asked curiously. Amaka then responded, "In order to obtain the strength required to defeat our enemies, our tribe had to abstain from anything and everything associated with the Apamos. Their culture, their food, their women, even down to the water on their mainland. There had to be absolute concentration for any man who sought the strength of our gods to defeat their enemies. This was what our warriors lacked. And your great ancestor was the key to discovering it, because he unknowingly was consecrated to the gods by his parents by abstaining from all outside things. After that day, he defeated the Isomeri warriors that came to attack his dad, by preventing them from coming into the house. Men of our tribe would take it upon themselves to train him in the ways of the gods, so that when he came to maturity in wisdom and his newly discovered power, he could help them obtain such too. And so it happened. When Odimba came of age, he was anointed the first chief priest of our tribe, and then he alone pleaded with the gods for 30 days for the power to defeat our enemies. It was then that the secret of concentration was revealed to him. And so he informed the warriors of our tribe what they had to do if they desired such power. And that was when the plunging began. Our warriors began what is famously known in our history as Ashi, which was the cleansing and concentration of our men. Those who ate foreign food that belonged to the Apamos or other neighboring kingdoms stopped eating that food. Those who participated in the cultural activities of other tribes stopped doing that entirely, and those who married foreign wives of Apama or foreign descent chased those wives away. By doing these harsh concentration rituals, they were able to attain the strength of the gods. They became Marys, as your great ancestor called them. Dyke then interrupted Amaka. "Marys, isn't that the last part of the name of those warriors that attacked us?" Dyke asked. "Yes, Dyke. Marys means warriors in our ancient native language, and Ashi means consecrated. So in other words, the Ashimaris directly translates to consecrated warriors." When Dyke heard this, he placed his hands on his head in utter realization and then asked, "Amaka, so if to become an Ashimari you need to take the oath of external consecration. How exactly did your father break this oath? And how are you involved in the whole thing?" Amaka then responded, "I'm getting there, my love. I told you this whole story to explain to you how sacred this group of warriors that just attacked us are and how fundamental they are to our culture and our history. I told you this whole story so that you would know that with the strength gotten from the gods after taking the oath, we rebelled against the Apamos and claimed back our land. Not only that, but with the momentum from our victory, other kingdoms equally gained their own freedom during that period, weakening the Apama Empire into a mere speck of land, the one we see today. And after the war that gave us freedom, these brave warriors, the Ashimaris, decided to set up a new revolutionary government, crowning their leader Akan, my great ancestor, as the king of the entire tribe. And so began my family dynasty." Dyke then interrupted Amaka and asked loudly in a harsh tone, "Amaka, please, I'm tired of this history lesson. all I asked you was why you could ever think your father sent these men against you. And you haven't answered that. Now I ask you, what oath exactly did your father break? And now you are telling me that our tribesmen eventually won the war, like I didn't see that coming. Please, this was a mistake. I think we should begin setting up camp since night has already come. You need your rest after that battle, and so do I. We have a long journey ahead to the Agba evil forest. And now, without our royal guards, we would need all the strength we can get to brave this journey by ourselves. Amaka then shouted at Dyke, "Would you just shut up and listen? You think this is easy for me? Do you think I just wanted to give you an exhausting history of our kingdom, that for all that I know, you probably already knew? I told you all this so that you would understand when I say." Dyke then responded immediately, "When you say what? What is going on, Amaka? What aren't you telling me?" Amaka responded almost immediately with a shaky voice and tears in her eyes. "Dyke, after my ancestor Akan became king, from him thereafter every firstborn child of the king in our land was always a male. And to become king, the male child must first take a wife from our tribe to show maturity. This had been the status quo for over 1,000 years. But in my case it was different." Dyke then asked Amaka in a calm voice, "What exactly are you saying? Why was your case different, Amaka? What aren't you telling me? Please, my love, talk to me." Amaka then responded hurriedly, "What I'm saying is that I was the firstborn child of my parents. And I was a girl, so the gods cursed me with a muscular, man-like body. I'm saying that my father broke the oath of the Ashamaris and took an outsider as a wife, and I'm saying that my mother was of Apama descent." Immediately she said this, Dyke's eyes froze in confusion and shock. Minutes passed and he wasn't able to utter a word. So he and Amaka remained in silence as they looked at each other awkwardly as time passed. But as Dyke was finally going to comment on what Amaka had just revealed, both of them began hearing the sound of marching horses coming towards them in the middle of the night. Amaka stood up, but before she could get on her feet, both she and Dyke were instantly surrounded by the Ashamari warriors that remained and their leader Farouk. Immediately Amaka saw them, she shouted, "Cowards! What manner of ambush is this?" Farouk, the Ashamari leader, then responded, "We are not cowards, princess. Just warriors, and a good warrior knows when to retreat and when to strike, and the time to strike is now. So I tell you this, stand down and come with us as our captive, or risk taking all 10 of us in combat." Immediately after Farouk said this, Amaka gilded her stance and rushed Farouk and the 3 warriors standing close to him in combat. She pounced on them, landing heavy blows and jabs. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 warriors ambushed Dyke. Dyke was able to stun 2 of them by shooting them with his gun, but eventually, they got the better of him and struck him down, piercing his sides with their swords and shooting his left leg. Dyke was completely paralyzed. And at the same moment, Amaka had gotten the better of Farouk and his 3 warriors. The 3 warriors that were with him were defeated and on the ground, while Amaka was directly on top of Farouk's body, as she pressed his neck. "Why are you doing this? What is your goal? Did my father really send you?" she yelled as she pressed his neck. Farouk then responded in a faint tone, as he was loosing his breath. "I already told you, this is your father's wish. You of all people should know that the Ashamaris are no liars. So if you really respect your dad, King David, you will turn yourself in." As soon as Farouk finished talking, Amaka immediately pushed herself away from his body in realization. But before she could have a chance to think, she heard Dyke's voice as he groaned in pain at her back. So she turned and saw him being manhandled by the 7 warriors that ambushed him. So Amaka shouted, "Release him now, you better release him now, or else." "Or else what?" The warrior that was holding Dyke's body responded, I know you think you are some sort of monster who can take all of us one. But I bet your little boyfriend isn't as strong. You see, as we are talking now, the man is losing a ton of blood. And I bet that in his state now, one punch from me would permanently put him in the ground. So if you want your little boyfriend to see tomorrow's sunlight, you should surrender now and let us take you as our prisoner back to your father, or else. Amaka then responded immediately, "And what makes you think I would follow you?" She then immediately resumed pressing the neck of Farouk, as she spoke to them in an authoritative tone. "Look, take a good look at your so-called leader. I defeated him and 3 of your brothers in mere seconds. That just goes to show you the height of my power. Now I would make a one-time offer to you. I'll let Farouk go, and then you hand me Dyke, and the Ashamaris would live to fight another day. Or you take what is behind door number 2, you lay another finger on Dyke, and I kill all of you and end the brotherhood here and now. So what is it gonna be?" Amaka asked fiercely. The warrior holding Dyke's nearly unconscious body began laughing and then responded in a condescending voice. "You think you can defeat all 7 of us because you are some sort of hybrid? Think again. Our leaders are replaceable, but I bet your precious boyfriend Dyke isn't. How long did it take you to find a man who would love your ugly, disgusting muscular body? Years, I would presume. Yeah. The look on your face says it all. There is no way you are letting him die over some gamble. So why don't you go ahead and do what you have to do to our leader, and we would go ahead and do what we have to your little boyfriend." As Amaka heard the words from the warrior's mouth, she was gripped with fear for Dyke's safety, so she surrendered. "Alright, you win, please let Dyke go and I'll release your leader too, and come with you as your prisoner." When Dyke heard this, in a faint voice he screamed, "No, Amaka, don't do this. Whatever beating they want to give me, I can take it. For all we know, these guys are hired assassins who would do and say anything to get the job done. Please, Amaka, don't follow them." Amaka then responded in a sad voice, "I have to, my love. I can't risk your safety. I have to go with the..." So Amaka stopped leaning on Farouk's body and then stepped aside and knelt down, surrendering herself to the warriors. The warriors then flung Dyke away and immediately rushed Amaka, bounding her in heavy chains as they subdued her. They now placed her on a horse, and then carried Farouk's faint body and also placed in on a horse and rode off into the moonlight, leaving Dyke alone on the road at night, beaten and barked. As Amaka was being carried away by the Ashamaris, she glanced back at Dyke's body, and in sadness turned away, as she wasn't sure she was ever going to see him again. Now, as the warriors were carrying her away on horseback to her father, all she could think of was why her father had waited so long to finally give into the wishes of his brotherhood. She felt so scared and in shame, confused at everything that had just happened. But in due time she accepted her faith and opted to first look her father in the eye when she was brought back and confirm if all the Ashamaris were saying was true. Little did she know that it was her sister Precious who orchestrated the whole thing and was pulling all the strings. Meanwhile, back at the river demarcating their village and the Agba evil forest, Dyke laid on the ground helpless as he kept flashing in and out of consciousness. All he could think, smell, and feel was rage, confusion, and heartbreak. Amaka had just dropped a huge ball on him about her family's origins and the origin of their kingdom. And now the same warriors from her story, the ones her father was allegedly part of, had just kidnapped Amaka and almost killed him. Dyke was in utter depression. He didn't know what was going on anymore. So he refused to stand up from the ground and instead stayed there beside the river, sobbing and mourning Amaka all through the night. But eventually morning would come, and Dyke would wake up in agonizing pain from all the injuries he obtained in battle the previous day. He would start making loud cries as he couldn't get his body up, 'cause the injuries had started fusing and realizing puss. His crying went on for several minutes until he heard a loud shout coming from someone at the other side of the river. The person shouted, "Who is that? Who is making that loud noise this early morning? You are really scaring me, please. Are you in the right state of mind? I hope you are not mentally ill," the person said. Dyke then responded immediately, "Please help me. I'm not mentally ill. I am just severely injured. Please, no one I know is around to help me because no one usually comes anywhere near this river." Then the person replied, "Okay, but where are you in the first place? I can't even see you. All I can hear is your voice." Dyke then noticed that the person's voice sounded very feminine, like that of a young maiden, so he asked, "Wait, are you a lady strange?" The person then replied, "Yes, I am. What does that matter?" She asked, "Nothing." Dyke immediately replied, "I was just curious since your voice sounded very feminine. You asked where I was. Well, wherever you are, just take your right and follow the sound of my voice. Then when you reach the biggest tree you can find, stop and check the back." Dyke yelled, "Okay," the lady responded, and followed Dyke's instructions precisely. And when she reached the tree, she saw Dyke, beaten and bruised beyond what she had imagined. Immediately Dyke saw her. He noticed how beautiful she was, but because he was still a bit noxious from all the blows he took to his head, he mistook the lady for Amaka, and then exclaimed, "My love, Amaka, you came back to me?" Then the lady replied, "No. Oh, I'm not Amaka. My name is Elizabeth." As Dyke heard what she said, he began drifting into unconsciousness as the words Elizabeth, Elizabeth, Elizabeth echoed in his mind as he went unconscious. As this was happening, far back at the royal palace, that very morning Amaka was brought in chains. The Ashamaris dragged her through the palace courts like a cow waiting to be slaughtered, and then took her to the royal chambers inside the place, where she stood up to face her father, King David, in chains. Then Amaka raised her head and started talking. "Father, what is going on? The Ashamaris ambushed me and Dyke and slaughtered dozens of your palace guards, and they did it in your name, saying that you were the one who sanctioned it. Father, please tell me this means that they are liars, and punish them for this great crime." "Shut up!" King David yelled, "Not another word, you treacherous beast." Amaka then responded, "Father, how can you speak to me like that? What's going on? Please don't tell me this was all true. Please, is it because I didn't say goodbye to you before I left? Why the sudden change in your character?" Amaka said in a sobbing voice. King David then replied to Amaka fiercely, "Would you keep quiet, child? After everything I did for you, you still choose to betray me, after I was ousted from my clan, after what happened to your mother, and most especially, after I spent the better time of 2 decades waiting on you to get married, because no man would dare touch your beastly body with a 10-foot pool." Amaka then responded, "Daddy, why are you talking like this? Please, it's me, Amaka. Have you forgotten yourself?" King David then responded, "No, child, I haven't. I just remembered what your being born has put me through, and now you dare try to bite the hand that fed you. Daddy, what are you going on about? I never tried to betray you. Where did you hear that from?" Amaka said with a pleading demeanor. King David then shouted, "Liar! Would you say that you and that bastard hunter didn't connive to go to the Agba evil forest and wish death on me so that you could steal my throne? What? How? Who told you those lies?" Amaka asked desperately. King David then responded, "If what you mean is who exactly alerted me of your dubious plans, then I have your junior sister Precious to thank. Because you see, unlike you, she has shown me true loyalty." As King David was still talking, Precious walked into the room majestically as she had an evil smile on her face. She then followed up on what King David was saying. Yes, Father, of a truth I have been the only one who has been loyal to you, not my beast of a sister. Amaka, seeing what was happening, then yelled, Precious, this was your doing. Why? Father, please, you have to believe me. Precious did something to Frame. It's all a lie, you have to snap out of it. Precious then screamed, Enough, Father, enough with her lies. Send her to the dungeon already. Not 1 minute more for this traitor. King David then responded in a fierce voice. Very well, my Ashamaris, please take my treacherous daughter to the royal dungeon. Lock her up and throw away the keys. I don't want to see her ugly face ever again. As soon as he said this, Amaka began crying. Daddy, please, please, don't do this to me. It's Precious. It's always been Precious, she exclaimed as the Ashamaris took her to the royal dungeon and locked her in one of the cells. When she got there, she began crying profusely about her entire predicament and wondered how her life took a complete 180 in just a couple of hours. At that very moment in the cell, she remembered that she abandoned Dyke on the road close to the Agba evil forest and prayed that he made it out alive, even with his injuries notwithstanding. Unknown to her that her former friend Elizabeth came to his rescue. You see, early in the morning after Dyke fainted from exhaustion, Elizabeth took him to her house to treat him of his wounds. When she got home, her parents saw her supporting the body of a young man as she helped carry him to the front of her house. Elizabeth's parents, who were just about to leave for her poultry farm, inquired, Elizabeth, what are you doing and who is this you brought to our house? Elizabeth's father asked her, and she responded, Father, I found this man lying dead just a few miles away from our house, and I couldn't help but bring him back to see if there was any way I could help him so that he wouldn't die. Elizabeth's father then asked, So let me get this straight, you found this random man on the road, beaten and battered from God knows what, and then all of a sudden you want to bring him home and become his personal nurse? Yes, Daddy, that's what I'm saying, Elizabeth responded. Her father then immediately replied to her, Are you out of your mind, Elizabeth? How can you even do something like this? Elizabeth then responded, Father, please, ever since I came back that night, I felt extremely guilty. I haven't found a way to begin forgiving myself. So please, maybe this is a chance for me to make amends. Maybe by helping this man, I can obtain forgiveness from the gods. Elizabeth's father then replied to her in a condescending voice, Oh please, Elizabeth, this again. We told you that this story about killing palace guards is just a figment of your imagination. That night all that happened is that you fainted and Princess Precious brought you back, as the good friend she is. So stop going on about how she forced you to commit abominable acts. Elizabeth then quickly responded, And Father, if you believe anything that evil princess told you, then you are a bigger fool than Princess Precious makes you for father. Her mother then replied to her, That's enough, Elizabeth. You are out of line. How dare you talk to your father like that, and how dare you talk about your princess like that too? Look, the royal family gave us everything we have today, the food we eat, and the clothes we wear. If not for them, especially Princess Precious, we would still be begging on the streets. And you want to throw all of that away because of some crazy dream you had while you fainted and a dying stranger you found from God knows where? I knew you weren't that smart, but I didn't think you could be this naive. Elizabeth then immediately responded, I'm not Niave, mother. I know what happened to me, it was no dream. And the fact you guys aren't even willing to consider my story because our family owes Elizabeth for our current financial strength just tells me you guys sold your soul a long time ago to that girl. Her mother then responded in shock. Like I said, Elizabeth, enough is enough. As you can see, me and your father are going to the farm. You can do whatever you want with this battered man. but by the time we get home in the evening, we don't want to see him anywhere near our house." Elizabeth's mother said as she and Elizabeth's father left for their poultry farm. Elizabeth would then carry Dyke into her home and begin attending to his wounds. During this time, Dyke would be asleep. But towards evening, he woke up in a burst of emotions as he could smell something cooking. As he woke up, he exclaimed, "Where am I?" Dyke would ask as he woke up all by himself in the parlor of a house he did not know, covered in medicinal patches and herbal treatments. He forced himself to get up and then exclaims again, "Hello, hello, is anyone home? Please, how did I get here?" Immediately Elizabeth heard his voice. She rushed out of the kitchen. "Dyke, thank God you are finally awake. How are you feeling now?" she desperately asked. Dyke then immediately responded, "I'm fine, and who are you exactly?" "It's me, Elizabeth, the girl you met beside the Agba River. Don't tell me you've forgotten." Dyke then replied to her, "Elizabeth, you say I can't remember much from yesterday. But yeah, I think I remember saying your name a few times. How do I know you again?" Elizabeth then replied to him, "You don't, we actually met for the first time a few hours ago, when I found you all beaten and bruised." Dyke then gave a faint sigh and responded, "Oh, I see, that checks out, I guess, given that injuries are still all over my body. By the way, I've been meaning to ask you since we never got around to it when we met. How exactly did you get these injuries on your body?" Elizabeth earnestly asked. Dyke now responded in a chivalrous tone, "Don't worry about how I got them. Just know that I'm grateful you took me in and attended to my wounds. You are avoiding my question. I think I deserve to know what happened since literally just saved your life." Elizabeth insisted. Dyke now caved and started talking. "Okay, you win. I was traveling to the Agba Evil Forest with the love of my life, Princess Amaka, when a group of giant hefty men on horses attacked us. They ambushed us and slaughtered all of Princess Amaka's royal guards." "Wait, Princess Amaka? Wait, did you just call her the love of your life?" Elizabeth suddenly interrupted Dyke. Dyke then responded, "Yes, I did. And she is indeed the love of my life. Any problems?" he asked. "No, there isn't. And what did you say your name was again?" Elizabeth asked. "I never got to tell you, it's Dyke," he replied. Elizabeth then asked again, "You wouldn't happen to be a hunter, would you?" Dyke then responded, "Well, as a matter of fact, I am a hunter." "How did you know, Elizabeth?" "I'm just a hunch," Elizabeth quickly replied. "Don't worry, you can continue your story," she said jokingly. But deep in her mind, she realized that all the pieces were coming together. Dyke was the suitor who was going to marry Amaka, which was what made Precious seek her help to meet her aunties. But she wasn't sure this attack on them was orchestrated by Precious, so she kept listening to Dyke. Dyke then continued his story. Luckily, Princess Amaka was able to unleash her deadly strength on the warriors, defeating the majority of them and sending the rest running. But not before the warriors told us that it was the king himself who sent them after her. Elizabeth then interrupted. "Wait, are you telling me that King David sent bounty hunters after his own daughter? That's a serious allegation, Dyke. It's treason at best and inconceivable at worst." Dyke then replied, "I know, I didn't believe it myself, but then Amaka started believing what they said and then started telling me a long story of our kingdom's history. And now I don't know." Elizabeth then asked again, "Dyke, are you sure that the bounty hunters that came after you and Princess Amaka said for a fact that they were acting in accordance with the king's orders?" "Yes, Elizabeth, that is exactly what I'm saying." As Elizabeth heard this, her mind quickly went back to the time she and Precious spent at her Aunt Agatha's shrine and the ritual she recommended to Precious to take over the king's mind. But she wasn't sure, so she sat there pondering in thought about what Precious had been doing since they returned and if everything is connected. But the injuries, if Amaka defeated the bounty hunters, how come the injuries on her lover Dyke? Why was he alone by the river helpless? And whatever happened to Amaka? Elizabeth thought to herself, so she asked Dyke openly. Dyke, something doesn't add up. How did you get your injuries, and why were you all alone, almost dying, when I found you, since you said Amaka defeated the bounty hunters? Dyke then replied, well, that was because later that day in the night, when me and Amaka were reminiscing on what had just happened to us near the river, all of a sudden the bounty hunters that escaped previously returned for a second time to ambush us. Elizabeth then interrupted. But surely Amaka must have still dealt with them, even given that they were less in number than before, right? Dyke then responded, you are right, she should have, and she was in the process of doing that. Not until some of the men ambushed me and held me hostage, torturing me and threatening Amaka that they would put me down if she didn't surrender. Dyke then began sobbing stoically. My love Amaka felt like she had no choice and then surrendered to them in exchange for my life. And that was the last time I saw her. It's all my fault, Dyke said in a sad tone. Elizabeth then responded to Dyke with a shameful demeanor. No, Dyke. It's my fault. What? What do you mean? Dyke curiously asked. You might not know this, but I and Amaka were once best of friends. And I think I betrayed her, Elizabeth said. Immediately there was a deafening silence that lasted for minutes. Elizabeth looked at Dyke's face in shame as he was processing what she said, and a giant frown filled his face. After some minutes passed, Dyke turned to Elizabeth and asked slowly, what do you mean you betrayed her? Are you telling me that you are the one that sent those men after us? Dyke screamed in anger. Elizabeth immediately responded, no, that's not what exactly happened, but I might have had a hand in it. You see, a few days ago, Precious Amaka's sister came to me to help her take down her sister because she was about to get married to you and inherit the throne. Something that Precious always wanted. Dyke then interrupted. Wait, Precious, Amaka's sister. No wonder she didn't give me the time of day when I visited the royal palace. So she has always been jealous of her sister. No wonder, he said. Elizabeth then replied to him. Yes, you are spot on. It's a long story, but I ended up helping her contact a powerful witch, and I think that has something to do with why the king sent those bounty hunters against her. So you believe that King David actually sent those men against her too? Dyke asked intensely. Yes, I do, Elizabeth responded. The reason I think so is because Precious had the witch grant her the power to sway the king's mind in any way she sees fit. And I think this attack on Amaka was her first testing of the power. Dyke then asked, why are you telling me this? I mean, Precious came to you because you share a fellow hatred for Amaka as her, so why? Elizabeth then responded in a sad voice. Because even if Precious was the one who wanted to bring down Amaka, I was the one who gave her the idea of manipulating the king's mind as a means. And because I even agreed to help her take her to the witch in the first place, 3 innocent guards lost their lives to pave our way. And I haven't gotten a minute of sleep since that day. Dyke then responded to Elizabeth. This is all good and fine, and I appreciate you coming clean to me, but all this doesn't change the fact that Amaka is still being held captive by the king in God knows where, and we don't have a way to save her. You are right, it doesn't. But I think I know what can be done to save Amaka. Elizabeth replied Dyke and then asked, have you heard about the Agba evil forest? She then asked. Dyke then replied, yes, of course, that's exactly where I and Princess Amaka were headed to find a cure for her big muscular stature. There is a shrine there that has the power to grant any wish. Wait, that genius, so you plan that we go there and make a wish to break the king's enchantment by Precious? Elizabeth then responded, yes, exactly. But we have to act fast before the king unknowingly does something to Amaka that he will regret. Okay, Dyke said as he got up and began warming up his body to leave. As the night had come, and then all of a sudden Elizabeth's parents returned and her father then shouted at her. "Elizabeth, so you haven't gotten rid of this man? You kept him here till the evening, going against our instructions." "Dad, I couldn't send him away before he finished recovering. Please, if only you cared about other people the way you cared about the royal family and Princess Precious, Dad." Elizabeth replied to her father, "How dare you speak to me in that manner, Elizabeth? Have you gone mad? Have you gone colomental?" Dyke then interrupted her father. "Please, sir, forgive her. I'm sorry I stayed this long. I'll be on my way now." Dyke then walked out of their presence, about to head back to his house. Elizabeth then stopped him. "Dyke, wait," she said. "Let me join you so that we can both plan how we can stop this madness on the way." So she then left with him. Her parents tried to call her back, but she refused to heed their call. So they left. The following day, Elizabeth's parents became worried about her whereabouts. So they headed to the royal palace to ask Precious about her whereabouts. When they arrived at the palace gates, they were escorted into the palace, and Precious was alerted of their presence. So she went to see them. "What are you doing here, noble parents of my friend Elizabeth?" Elizabeth's father then replied, "It's about your friend Princess." "What about her?" Precious asked. "She ran away with a wounded man yesterday night, and since then we haven't seen her." "A wounded man, you say? Can you give a more detailed description of this man?" Precious suspiciously asked. "Yes, my princess. It was a young handsome man who was adorned in hunter attire, and he had injuries all around his body like he just came back from a battle." Elizabeth's father replied. Precious then paused in shock as her suspicions were almost validated. She then asked one final question. "And where exactly did Elizabeth find this wounded man?" "By the river demarcating our kingdom from the Agba evil forest, my liege." Elizabeth's father replied her. As soon as Precious heard this, she immediately verified that the man in question was Dyke and Elizabeth was with him. This could be a threat to her newfound power, she thought, so she dismissed Elizabeth's parents, promising that she would find their daughter. Later that night, she sent servants to call Farouk, the leader of the Ashamaris, to meet with him. When he arrived, they both strolled outside the palace and stopped by a nearby tree. This was when Farouk immediately rushed and swept Precious off her feet, kissing her passionately. Farouk then began talking. "Precious, my love, I'm so glad you called me this night, so that we spend some quality time alone. So what do you have planned?" Precious then pushed Farouk away from her body, shouting, "You said you love me, yet you didn't do what I asked," Precious said. Farouk then replied, "What are you talking about, my love? I have done everything you have asked of me so far." Precious then responded, "Then why did you not kill the bastard hunter that was with my sister when you ambushed them?" "Ah, my love, keeping him alive was the only way we saw to force Amaka, your sister, to stand down and surrender herself to us as our captive. But now Amaka is imprisoned. We can go after that hunter and ensure your future as our next king with me by your side as your husband." Farouk said, "Very well, tomorrow is the day you will put your sword where your mouth is, but I will follow you so that you won't mess it up again. Ready your Ashamaris, for tomorrow we hunt the hunter." That morning Precious took the Oshamari warriors and charged toward Dyke's house in a quest to eliminate him once and for all. When they arrived at his house, they banged at his door, knocking aggressively. Hunter Dyke, come out, you traitor. Your fate has been decided for your treachery. You thought you could escape us. Well, you couldn't. Come out and I promise your death would be swift," Precious exclaimed, as Farouk and the Oshamari stood behind her in support. After Precious spoke, there was no response from the door for several minutes. So Farouk said to Precious, "Princess Precious, the hunter is obviously a coward and is afraid to come out and face us. Let us break down his door and drag the coward out in disgrace." "All right, we would do just that," Precious responded. So with their great strength, Farouk and the Ashamaris broke down Dyke's door and raided the inner chambers of his house. They did this for several minutes only to find nothing inside. Not a single soul. Indeed, Dyke wasn't at home when they were knocking. But the house wasn't totally empty. You see, after the Ashamaris raided the house from the frontage and found nothing, not Dyke, Elizabeth, or any incriminating element, they went to his backyard where he cooked, and it was there that they found some suspicious artifacts left behind. There was a kettle that was still exhuming faint clouds of steam from its head. The kettle was placed on top of a firewood burner right in front of the backyard. And right there in front of the kettle there were 2 cups half filled with tea, placed in front of 2 sits. When Precious saw this, she immediately got down from her horse to go and investigate the matter. She touched the body of the kettle and that of the cups and noticed that they were still warm to the touch. She then exclaimed loudly, "They knew! They knew! Who knew?" Farouk asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Precious then responded, "Dyke and Elizabeth. They both knew we were coming and probably fled the scene as soon as they could." "How could you possibly know that?" Farouk asked. "Well, dummy, there are 2 teacups that are still warm and a firewood cooker that still has red coals on it. What else do you think?" Precious responded, Oh, now I see. But how did they even know that we were coming?" Farouk asked Precious. Precious then responded, "That is an excellent question. I only told you about this plan last night, and then you informed your warriors. So only one of 2 things happened. Your warriors are all traitors, or I'm a fool for trusting you with this plan, because you in fact are the traitor." "Come on, Princess, don't be like that. They could have discovered that we were coming from a wide variety of sources. We don't exactly do quiet entries, you know. They could have heard our footsteps as we were coming and ran away." Farouk responded to Precious, "Excuses, excuses, excuses. We had 1 shot to take down my sister's lover with the element of surprise, and as far as I am concerned, our failure is your fault." As both Precious and Farouk were yelling at each other, one of the Oshamari warriors heard a faint sound coming from something in front of Dyke's backyard, like the sound of someone wheezing coming from a close distance. He paused and glared over the side the noise was coming from, but couldn't pinpoint where it was from. Right in his front in the backyard, there was a cooking hut, a well, and a couple of tiny bamboo shades where foodstuffs were stored. The noise seemed to be coming from one of these places, but he didn't know exactly where. Then he heard it again. "Shuz! Shuz! Eliza!" As soon as he heard this, his suspicions were confirmed. He alerted Princess Precious and Farouk. "Excuse me, Your Highness, Leader Farouk, but I think I hear something or someone close by," the warrior said. "Hear what? What are you blabbing about?" Princess Precious rudely interrupted. "Well, I think I hear them, Dyke and Elizabeth. Maybe they are hiding somewhere in Dyke's backyard." The warrior responded to Precious. "But we've already searched his entire house, yet we found nothing, not a trace of them." Farouk said to the warrior. "You are correct, great leader," the warrior responded, "but remember, we never checked the outside. If you recall, we found 2 teacups that were still warm and burning charcoal that was yet to go off. That could only mean one thing. And what would that be, wise warrior?" Precious asked in a sarcastic voice. "It could mean that if at all they left and they knew we were coming, they didn't get the information on time and they probably didn't have enough time to evade the scene." "So what are you saying?" Farouk asked. "I'm saying that they could be hiding somewhere close and might not have left the compound at all," the warrior replied. Farouk. As soon as Precious understood the analysis made by the warrior, she quickly instructed, "Well, what are you all waiting for? Start searching the foolish hunter's yard." So all the warriors, including Farouk and Precious, began searching Dyke's backyard rigorously. They searched the entire compound, knocking down the cooking hut and the bamboo shelters. And with each search, they were eliminating possible locations where Dyke and Elizabeth could have been hiding. As this was happening, Dyke and Elizabeth were hearing the tremors that were induced by Elizabeth and the Oshimari warriors pacing around Dyke's compound. And the reason they could perceive this was because they were literally 100 feet below the surface, underground, floating in the water, and trying their best not to move or make the slightest sounds, in order not to give their location away. Now you see the day before Precious and the Oshimari warriors raid Dyke's house. Elizabeth had followed Dyke home to prepare for the journey to the Agba Evil Forest. When they both arrived at his house, Dyke quickly went in to change to his casual clothes, so he could go to the kitchen and prepare food for Elizabeth, his guest. While he did this, Elizabeth sat calmly just beside his house as she observed how old and crooked it looked, like it had been around for a while. As she was still staring around, observing his compound, Dyke came out with a cup full of warm water and a plate filled with cola nuts, as a welcome appetizer. Immediately Elizabeth saw what Dyke brought. She pretended not to be interested, saying, "Oh, Dyke, this is so thoughtful, but you didn't have to bring this for me. I am already full." As Dyke heard this, he chuckled and responded to her, "Oh, please, Elizabeth, drop the home training aside and eat. I know you are not really full, you are just saying so to be polite. Or have you forgotten that I spent the better part of today talking with you at your house?" After Elizabeth heard what Dyke said, she equally chuckled and then blushed. She then responded, Okay. You got me, but tell me you wouldn't have done the same if you were in my shoes." Dyke immediately looked at Elizabeth with a stoic face and smirked. He then responded, "Well, if it were me, I actually would have immediately rushed any food that is given to me for free. You see, as a hunter, you learn to cherish the slightest food you can find because you don't know when the next meal will come." "Wow, that's deep," Elizabeth responded to Dyke in a calm voice. "Well, it was my grandfather who taught it to me," Dyke said to Elizabeth. Elizabeth then responded, "Wow, it then means your grandfather must have been a very wise and great man." "Wait, you don't know him?" Dyke suddenly asked Elizabeth. She then responded immediately, "No, I don't know. Should I know him or something?" she said in a confused tone. After she asked this, Dyke then looked at her in awe and slight disappointment, and he now responded, "Well, it's not like you should know him, like it's a criterion. It's just that I thought my grandfather's reputation went without saying. Yes, everyone stopped caring about my family after I, the last of my lineage, ended up being a mere hunter, as opposed to my legendary grandfather." After Elizabeth heard Dyke said this, she then slowly said to him in a calm tone, "Don't talk down on yourself, Dyke. Being a hunter is a noble job. Not everyone can do it. To be honest, I personally admire hunters. The way they risk their lives to earn their daily meal. Their courage in challenging hefty beasts in the forest. Not everyone can do it, so you being a hunter means you are special." As Elizabeth said this, Dyke turned to her in remembrance and responded, You really think that of me?" "Yes, I do," Elizabeth immediately responded. Dyke now continued talking. "Funny, someone dear to me used to give me the exact same compliments about me being a hunter," he said in remembrance. Elizabeth then responded, "Oh really? What a coincidence. You see, if two people are saying this, then it means it must be true, huh?" "Yeah, you are probably right," Dyke responded to her. Elizabeth then became curious all of a sudden and inquired from Dyke, "This person who is dear to you that told you this, was it Princess Amaka?" she asked with a shaky voice. Dyke then immediately responded, "Yes, it was." He then immediately followed up on the question and asked, "How did you know she was the one who complimented me in a similar manner?" Elizabeth then gazed into the distance and then turned to Dyke and responded, "You know, Princess Amaka and I were once inseparable friends. We played together, got into trouble together, and even gossiped a lot together." "You don't say," Dyke responded to Amaka in a surprised tone. "Yeah," Elizabeth replied, "and one of the things we discussed during that time was our mutual adoration for hunters," she said. "Oh wow," Dyke replied. "Well, this puts things in perspective," he then asked. "But Elizabeth, if you and Princess Amaka, were this close to one another. However, did you guys stop being friends? More or less, you guys became so torn apart that you even once championed a plan to almost have her killed. Immediately Elizabeth heard this, she shouted, "Hey, I never actually wanted her to get killed. I just thought maybe Precious would wish that she never got married to you, or that the king would love her more than Amaka. But things just went out of hand. Okay?" Dyke then responded in an indifferent tone. "Alright, whatever you say, Elizabeth." Then Elizabeth responded in a defeated voice. "But you are right, as I and Amaka were so close when we were little, it only begs the question of what actually happened between us. The truth is, to be honest, I can't really pinpoint how it happened. All I know is that as close as I was to her, I once approached the royal palace for a favor once I was in pressing need. You see, my family was about to be blown out of the water because of a financial crisis we faced as our farms kept being attacked by savages all of a sudden. This sudden crisis cost us our livelihood, and so we were fast plunged into a life of abject poverty. One day, I decided enough was enough and tried to use my connections with the royal family, Princess Amaka, to alleviate our predicament once and for all. Even though I had swore never to use my affiliations for personal gain prior. That day, I went to the royal palace. But to my greatest surprise, the guards had informed me that Princess Amaka wanted nothing to do with me because of my family's condition. I was hungry, helpless, and desperate, and I just got info that my best friend wanted nothing to do with me while I was at my lowest point. Did you believe what those guards told you? Because that doesn't sound like Princess Amaka one bit." Dyke suddenly interrupted Elizabeth. Elizabeth then responded to him, "Well, to be honest, initially I didn't believe them one bit, and I challenged the authenticity of what they had said. But it was not until Princess Precious showed up and the guards repeated exactly what they had told me, in front of her, without flinching. That very moment, that was when I knew it was real." Dyke then exclaimed in a loud tone, "I can't believe it. So Princess Amaka can be so heartless. Is that even possible? I've never seen that side of her in our relationship." Elizabeth then replied to him, "Well, if it makes you feel any better, that day I was as shocked as you. And yeah, that was the day we stopped being close friends permanently." Dyke then said to her with a reassuring tone, "Well, Elizabeth, I may not be able to believe that Princess Amaka could be so cruel without a reason. I guess I would have to ask her that when I see her again in person. But if you say in all honesty that this was your last experience with her, then I understand why you left and why you later grew to hate her." Elizabeth then replied Dyke, "Thank you, Dyke, you have no idea what you saying that to means to me." "You are welcome, Elizabeth," Dyke responded to her. Now, immediately after this exchange of pleasantries, a bewildering expression overshadowed Elizabeth's face, and Dyke could notice it. So he asked in great concern, he asked her, "Elizabeth, why is that look on your face? I thought you were happy that I didn't think of you as a bad person after you cut Princess Amaka off for what you said you did to her." Elizabeth then replied in a slow and almost sickly voice, "Yes, Dyke, I am happy about that. But something about how I and Princess Amaka ended things has been bothering my mind in light of recent events." Dyke then leaned in closer in curiosity and asked her, "And what would that be?" Elizabeth then stuttered a bit and then said in a shaky voice, "Well, there is a part of the story I don't tell people, and to be honest, I don't even tell myself." "What is it, Elizabeth? Speak your mind. Lay out your thoughts. You know I won't judge you." "All right," Elizabeth replied as she immediately drew her breath and started talking. "I didn't actually give Amaka a chance to explain herself in the whole matter. In fact, everything I know about that day she rejected me, I heard from the mouths of the guards I spoke to, and Princess Precious." Dyke then immediately interrupted her. "Wait, did Precious ever repeat what the guards had said to you about Amaka? Or did the guards just say it to you in her presence?" he asked curiously. Elizabeth then responded, Yes, in fact, Precious reinforced what the guard said and even made it look like Amaka had always been that type of wicked person in the past and I wasn't able to see it. But I knew Amaka, and as far as I am concerned, her hostile behavior towards me was something new, irrespective of the circumstances. So Elizabeth, what are you actually saying? Dyke asked in a curious tone. What I'm saying is that I never entertained the possibility that all that could have been all a setup by Princess Precious to remove me as Princess Amaka's only friend. Elizabeth said in a quick tone. How so? Dyke immediately asked. Why would she do all that just to make her senior sister lonely? Elizabeth then responded. That day after Precious briefed me on how wicked Amaka was, she promised to do what Princess Amaka allegedly could not and solve my family's problem once and for all. But in exchange, I was to cut off all ties with Princess Amaka whatsoever. It was like a transactional affair. My family problem would be solved, but only if I cut off my closest friend. I literally was boxed into a corner both physically, emotionally, and financially. I didn't even have time to think. It was actually surreal. And ever since then, I became the pet of Princess Precious. And so did my parents. We became subservient to her. Because, well, she was the one who saved us from poverty. But after hearing what that guard said before he died, I could only wonder, was it all a... Dyke then immediately interrupted her. What guard? What are you talking about? Elizabeth was immediately stricken with shame as she began sobbing. It's all my fault. It was all my fault. She cried as Dyke watched her in utter confusion. Dyke then awkwardly burst out into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ho ha ha. Oh God. Not this again. Ha ha ha. As this was happening, Elizabeth was gripped with shock and discomfort. She looked up to Dyke's face only to see him laughing hysterically, but couldn't understand what exactly was making him laugh. She then asked him in great concern, "You think this is funny? Unbelievable. Here I am pouring out my heart to you, and you are over there having the time of your life. I hope I made your evening at least," she exclaimed. Dyke then turned to her, while still laughing out loud, and responded, "No, Elizabeth, ha ha ha, I'm not laughing at you. Then what in God's name is cracking you up at this very moment?" Elizabeth responded to Dyke in a harsh tone. Dyke then looked at her calmly and responded, "It's just that Princess Amaka and I were sharing stories almost exactly like this the other night, and it got to a point where she was also skeptical about what she had allegedly done in the past and was scared of sharing it with me. It's actually crazy how much you and Princess Amaka are alike." Elizabeth then looked at Dyke and then forced a smile through her frown and responded to him, "Well, I guess we are. So what was it about that guard that you were saying?" Dyke then asked her. Elizabeth then responded, "Well, that day Princess Precious and I went to my witch Aunt Agatha, the most powerful witch doctor in all the neighboring kingdoms, to cast a spell against Princess Amaka. We were met with an unforeseen hurdle. You see, Princess Precious initially wanted to kill her sister once and for all, preventing her from ascending the throne at all. Unfortunately for Princess Precious, the gods frowned upon striking dead a member of the royal family, with royal blood flowing through their veins. But Precious was persistent, and so my aunt gave her a way to still carry out the ritual. And so to strike down her senior sister, Princess Amaka, even with her royal blood. So my aunt requested the heads of 12 virgins within a span of 2 days, as sacrifice for the ritual, to force the hands of the gods." "That is crazy," Dyke interrupted abruptly, with a childlike voice. Yeah, it really was, Elizabeth responded to him. It was so crazy that even Princess Precious was unable to go ahead with the ritual. Now, personally, in spite of any past qualms I had with Princess Amaka, I never wanted to see her die. So I brought forth an alternate plan before Precious came up with another rash plan against her sister. I was the one who suggested the plan to shift the king's heart from loving Amaka to Precious. What? Dyke exclaimed. So that was why you said you believe that King David actually sent those bounty hunters. He was brainwashed. By you. And Princess Amaka. Calm down, Dyke. I already feel like trash for what I did. And I thought you said you won't judge me for things I did in my past. Well, yeah, I said I won't judge you. But with what you are saying now, it basically means you were actively involved in why Amaka is wasting away in God knows where now. Because you gave her witch of a sister the brilliant idea to turn her father's love against her. How can you be so cruel? Dyke shouted at Elizabeth Indiana, a loud, combative voice. Immediately, Elizabeth burst out into genuine sorrowful tears. I know. I am a terrible person. I know I deserve to be thrown to the wolves for what I and my family have done. But please just tolerate my presence for a short while, so I can help save Princess Amaka and atone for my sins. Please, Dyke, I beg of you, don't cast me away. You are my only hope of redemption. She said this as she grabbed Dyke's legs as she was still crying. Dyke then drew in a deep breath and, while looking down at her, asked her in a calm, stoic voice, "Earlier when we met, you said that because of your actions, the 3 guards who escorted you were all dead because of what you did. What did you mean by that? Answer me now, so I can consider forgiving you when I know all the sins you have committed." Elizabeth, while still sobbing at his feet, responded to him. After I suggested the plan to sway the king's heart in favor of Precious, Agatha demanded 2 human heads to carry out the sacrifice. And that was when it happened. Princess Precious showed me her true color there and then. She offered the 2 guards that escorted us to her shrine to be used as the sacrifice for the ritual. She lured them in unsuspiciously and then led them to Agatha to be slaughtered. I tried to stop her, but my aunt conspired with Princess Precious and bound me in chains. I watched as the guards fell one after the other, and at that moment, as the second guard was about to die, he muttered to me that it was all a lie. At first, I was thrown off by what he meant by that, but looking closely at his face for a second time, I realized that he was the same guard that stopped me at the gates of the palace. That day, I ended things with Princess Amaka. He was the one who told me Princess Amaka wanted nothing to do with me, and then he repeated the same things he told me in front of Princess Precious. And I believed them, which makes me wonder, could he have meant that what he told me that day about Princess Amaka not wanting anything to do with me was all a lie? Dyke exclaimed. That girl, that Precious. She truly is a demon after all, isn't she? He said. What do you mean by that? Elizabeth then asked. Don't you get it, Elizabeth? It was all Precious. It has always been Precious. She was the one who sent those savages to infiltrate and destroy your farm so that your family would become poor. She was the one who bribed the palace guards to lie to you about Princess Amaka's reaction to your family's condition. She engineered the whole bloody thing to separate you from Amaka so that her senior sister would always be lonely. As soon as Dyke said this, Elizabeth's face was filled with confusion and despair. She then shouted out loud in a crumbling voice, "But why? Jealousy!" Dyke exclaimed. Some people are just born with the disease of jealousy, and it consumes them their whole lives. I believe Princess Precious is one of those people. Killing human beings, manipulation, hatred. It's all out there in black and blue. Elizabeth then interrupted Dyke's monologue. Then we have to stop her, she shouted. And how exactly do you suggest we do that, huh? Dyke immediately asked her. Well, we can tell the villagers that she has brainwashed the king and is holding the crowned princess hostage. Elizabeth responded to Dyke. Dyke shook his head in disappointment and then said to her in a sarcastic voice, "And do you think they would believe peasants like us, accusing a member of the royal family of such grievous acts? We would be lucky if they wouldn't feed us to lions for that type of treason. So what are we going to do about Princess Precious? If she is left unchecked, she can destroy the whole kingdom. Or even worse," Elizabeth said to Dyke. Dyke then responded, "We would do the only thing we can do. We would do everything positive to save Princess Amaka from the clutches of her sister, by breaking the spell from the king's heart in the Agba evil forest. We would do whatever it takes, and hope to God that when free, my love Princess Amaka would be able to put a stop to her sister's madness once and for all," Dyke said in a reassuring tone. Elizabeth then glared at him in admiration, and then commented, "Now I see why Princess Amaka fell head over heels for you. You are so confident and recurring," she said as she stood up. "Really?" Dyke responded. "I always thought it was because of my dazzling looks." "Haha," he chuckled. Elizabeth then stared at him in slight annoyance and rolled her eyes. Dyke then busted out in laughter. "This girl, why are you always so dramatic?" "Haha," he chuckled even more. He then came to an abrupt end to his laughter and then looked at Elizabeth intensely and started talking. "Elizabeth, I'm sorry the way I yelled at you earlier, even though I promised that I wouldn't overreact. I was just surprised by the whole thing. A part of me hoped that you were never involved in betraying Amaka because I've come to know you as a kind person." "Really, and why is that?" Elizabeth asked. "Well, for starters, you saved me from nearly biting the dust back at the river separating our village and the Agba evil forest. You took care of me at your house, a stranger for that matter. That shows me that you have good in your heart. Tons of them. And I'll be naive to overlook all these good things I've seen from you and judge you solely on the mistakes that you have made in the past." Dyke responded to Elizabeth. "Thank you, Dyke," Elizabeth responded to him. "I needed to hear this, especially coming from you. Alright, enough with the patting ourselves on the back. If we want to save my love Princess Amaka, we have to draft out a solid plan of maneuvering the harsh terrains of the Agba evil forest, especially as we are going to be going on this journey alone, right?" Elizabeth yelled in correspondence. "All right," Dyke said. "First, we would have come up with a plan to pass through the Sea of Serpents." Dyke mumbled as they discussed all night on how they were going to brave the journey that lies ahead of them. After they finished discussing, they both went to sleep. Now the following day, early in the morning, Dyke could hear footsteps coming towards his house as he was at sleep. At first, he thought he was dreaming, so he shook off the thought and went ahead to boil tea for himself and Elizabeth, so they could have something in their stomach before they began their journey. As he poured the tea from the kettle into 2 cups in front of his yard, at that very moment that was when he heard the battle cry of a certain set of armed warriors, in combination with the footsteps he had been hearing all morning. He knew it was no dream, for he has heard those marching footsteps of warriors on horseback before, and he has heard their cry not too long ago too. So Dyke immediately rushed out of the kitchen in his yard, back to the bedroom where he and Elizabeth slept, and began tapping Elizabeth, who was still asleep, rigorously in a bid to wake her up. "Elizabeth, wake up! Wake up! The Ashamaris are upon us. They are coming to this house right now. Elizabeth, wake, please wake up, we have to leave immediately." With each tap, and with each minute that passed, the footstep of the warriors' horses kept drawing nearer and nearer. Then all of a sudden, in a burst of shock, Elizabeth woke up from her bed all sweaty and mumbled, "Warriors? Ashamaris? Mommy, please, I don't want to hear more stories." "It's no story," Dyke yelled at her in a loud tone, and with one final tap woke Elizabeth up. As Elizabeth woke up, Dyke grabbed her hand and swooped her off the bed. He dragged her with him as he ran towards the closest shelter from those savage warriors, his old dirty well in the yard of his house. On the way, Elizabeth asked him with a confused and disorientated demeanor, "Dyke, where are you taking me? What is going on?" Dyke then responded in a tense voice as they were still running. The Ashamaris, those warriors that attacked me and Amaka, they are upon us." And then all of a sudden they arrived at the well. Dyke then asked Elizabeth in an authoritative voice, "All right, we are here. You can jump in now." "Jump in where?" Elizabeth asked in a defiant, sarcastic voice, as she glared at him and glared at the well in front of them. "Please, Elizabeth, you have to jump in so that I can jump in too. It's the only way I can see to evade those warriors. Do you want to live or die?" he asked in all seriousness. Elizabeth then responded, "Of course, I don't want to die, that is why I'm not jumping. Do you know how deep that well could be? Do you know whether there are wild animals inside? Please, I rather take my chances with whatever danger you said is coming towards us." Dyke then responded hastily, "Oh please, Elizabeth, we don't have time to think about all that now." So he then made up his mind and pushed Elizabeth by force into the well, and right after that, he jumped into the well as well. And as he got there, he held her mouth tightly from reacting to what had happened, so that she wouldn't make any noise to draw attention to them. As just that second, they jumped. Princess Precious and the Ashamaris appeared right in front of his doorstep, as he said they would. Dyke and Elizabeth would successfully evade them up until one of the guards drew suspicions to the well where they were hiding in. As Precious and the Ashamaris searched the compound, it got to a point where Precious walked up to the well where Dyke and Elizabeth were hiding. Both Dyke and Elizabeth's hearts began racing as they knew that they had been spotted. As soon as Princess Precious looks down the well, she is going to spot us, they both thought in their hearts. But as Precious drew near about to peep down the well, Elizabeth could spot her hair go down before her hair did. And in that very moment, in a burst of desperation, she held Dyke's body tightly and muttered an incantation. "Lamuscus, Sava, Inficidiatus." And in that very instant they both vanished into thin air. Unsuspecting Precious would look down into the well and find nothing but water. Immediately Precious was stricken with great frustration and anger. Both her and the warriors have been searching the whole compound for Dyke and Elizabeth, only to come up empty up until that point. So she took out her frustration on the warrior who recommended the search. "You fool!" she yelled at him. "So you have successfully wasted all our time on this wild goose chase. You Ashamari warriors are all incompetent. You can't even live up to your name," Precious shouted. "But my liege, it was only a logical suggestion to search their compound for them. If at LL they were still hiding close by." The warrior tried to defend himself. "Shut up," Precious silenced him. "You uncultured swine. How dare you talk to you princess and future ruler like that? You Ashamaris all make me sick. All of you. Get out of my sight. All of you, leave. I'll find those traitors myself," she said as she cast them away. Shortly after this, all the Ashimari warriors departed the scene of Dyke House, back to their camp, as Princess Precious sped off on her horse back to the royal palace. As all this was happening, Farouk, the leader of the Ashimaris, followed Precious back to the palace without her permission. And he had observed how she lashed out at his warriors, and he could sense that she was frustrated and needed his company. So he continued to trail her on horseback as they both rode towards the royal palace. When they arrived at the palace gates, Farouk called her name out loud, while he gasped for his breath. "Princess Precious, my love, why are you angry? Why did you lash out at my warriors like that? That was cruel and unnecessary. Those warriors were all putting in their best, and you just spat in their faces like they were just joking around. How dare you?" Farouk asked in genuine anger. "How dare I?" Precious asked in utter surprise. "You had one mission, and one mission only: get Princess Amaka and wipe out whoever she was with. You wiped out the palace guards, you didn't spare any one of them. But that bastard Hunter, the one person I hate almost as much as my beast of a sister, you let him escape. Now he has aligned with that traitor Elizabeth. Only God knows what they are up to. Their working together could jeopardize everything I have worked so hard for." Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Princess Precious burst out into genuine tears. Farouk then immediately rushed and held her passionately in a bid to calm her down. He then asked, "My love, why are you crying? Nothing has happened yet. You have your sister locked up. The hunter is on the run, and the king is in your grasp. Please just set your heart to rest." Precious then looked up at Farouk and then responded, "I would rest when I have the hunter's head on a silver plate. Farouk, my love, if you truly love me, you would promise me that you won't rest either until that happens." "Precious, but..." Farouk responded to Precious in a shaky voice. "No buts, my love. You said you love me, right? Now promise me you would do anything you can to kill that bastard Hunter and my traitor of a friend Elizabeth. Whatever it takes." Farouk then responded in a deep, forced tone. "All right, my love, whatever it takes. I'm glad." Precious responded. "Now wait for me here, let me go and make sure my sister is rotting hopelessly in that palace cell. All right? All right, my love." So Farouk stayed put at the palace gates and kept himself busy by conversing with the palace guards, while Precious proceeded into the palace prisons to taunt her sister. Meanwhile, as all this was happening, Elizabeth and Dyke were miles away, at the river demarcating their village and the Agba evil forest, and they got into a heated argument about what had happened back at the well at Dyke's house. "What in heaven's name did you do to me, Elizabeth? Answer me. What are you? Who are you, in fact? You are not talking. Why are you not talking?" Dyke exclaimed in a loud voice. "It's not that easy for me, Dyke. Please just calm down." Elizabeth equally responded to him in a loud tone. "Calm down?" Dyke replied in a sarcastic voice. "In the short time that we have known each other, you have dropped bombshells upon bombshells upon bombshells. And to be honest, I have accepted all your rough edges. But now, I just basically teleported from the well in my house to this lake demarcating our village and the Agba evil forest, in mere seconds, because you muttered some gibberish at the last second. And now I'm here, you are looking at me and I am looking at you. And you can't even muster up an explanation for what had just happened, and you expect me to be calm?" Dyke said to Elizabeth in a harsh and endearing tone. "All right, I'll explain myself, but please, we are here in front of the Agba evil forest. Let's start moving. I can explain on the way." As soon as she said this, Dyke walked past her with scary speed and started heading towards the forest alone. He then yelled from afar, "You better start talking." Elizabeth then replied to him in a sharp tone, "Hey, please, wait up," as she ran after him. As they walked into the forest, the evening had come, and everywhere started becoming dark. Dyke kept walking into the forest at full speed, but Elizabeth kept trailing him from behind, trying to catch up with him at some point, but to no avail. As she walked fast, all she could think of was her past, her family, and the real reason they had to leave the Apama kingdom. Burdened by all these thoughts, she opted to shift her focus to Precious. What is she up to now? Elizabeth thought hardly. If it weren't for that wicked girl, none of this would have happened. Meanwhile, as she thought deeply about the plans and whereabouts of Princess Precious, miles away back at the royal palace, Precious was on her way down the palace stairs to the dungeon that held her elder sister Amaka. That my fool of a sister. They must have planned this, her and that foolish hunter. I feel something brewing in my gut. The calm before the storm. No, I know it. Let me go and make it clear to her that she is never going to see the light of the day, no matter what they had in plan. Princess Precious said to herself as she walked down to the palace dungeons, with every step of hers trembling with mighty rage. Her sister, Princess Amaka, who had been in a trance-like state, bound in chains, could hear the clinging of her royal shoes and immediately woke up. Could that be my father? She asked herself. No, those footsteps are too timid for my hefty father. It must be a lady's shoe of some sort. But that clinging, like gold embedded into the sole of the shoe. Wait, only one person I can remember wore that shoe. Amaka spoke to herself in a near-deranged voice. Her eyes glared in remembrance, and all of a sudden, in that moment, Precious, her younger sister, appeared in front of her jail cell. Immediately, Princess Amaka was stricken with a great feeling of disappointment, as Precious, her sister, was the last person she wanted to see. While Precious stared down at her sister, Amaka bound in chains, with an expression of disgust written all over her face. Then she started talking in a calm, sinister tone. "Oh sister, how have the mighty fallen? Look at you, dirty, ugly, and smelling. You've been rotting well in this cell, I can see. I'm glad you've begun settling into your new hope. 'Cause make no mistake, dear sister, you are never seeing the outskirts of this cell ever again," Precious said to her sister in a mocking tone, and then paused to smirk and stare at Amaka with deadly satisfaction. Then all of a sudden, Amaka, who had been looking down to the floor all this while, too angry to look her evil little sister in the face, began whispering slowly in an airy voice. "You monster," Amaka whispered. "What have I ever done to you to deserve all this? Ever since we were little, I have always prioritized your happiness over mine, Precious. You were perfect, slim, non-muscular, and beautiful. You were everything I wanted to be. So I cherished you, I protected you. Only for you to turn into this. Your greed and jealousy have consumed you. Oh please," Precious interrupted in a rude tone. "Please stop this, your song and dance of me being jealous of you. I think we are all tired of hearing you go on and on about how jealous I am of you, when really, as you just admitted, you have been the one who has always been jealous of me, as you've just clearly stated now. What are you doing here, Precious? Here to gloat, here to wallow in what you think is victory?" Princess Amaka asked in an unbothered, condescending voice. It was as if she had lost all emotions and all her kind, bubbling energy. She continued to speak to Precious, as Precious looked at her in shock. "Well, if you came here to gloat, well, please do it quickly and get out of my sight. I no longer wish to see you in my life again, 'cause I'm done with you. Permanently. Since the love I thought we shared as sisters in spite of our differences always meant nothing to you. Even though I always hoped deep down it didn't. Then I think it's time we both start acting accordingly to each other. Now you little devil. Get out of my sight. Monster. Princess Amaka yelled at Precious like she wanted to devour her. With her eyes filled with a newfound hatred for her baby sister. Her eyes were glittering bright red and filled with dampened tears. As she yelled with veins in her throat. It was a transformative moment for Amaka, where she finally realized that there was no redeeming her beloved sister. But in that moment, Princess Precious went from being shocked to bursting out in evil laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, this is hilarious. Ha ha ha. You just made my day, Amaka. Ha ha ha. Then Amaka turned to her in shock and disgust and asked her slowly, "Do you think this is funny? Huh? You think all this is funny to you? You bastard. I knew it. What more do you expect from the devil incarnate herself? On. Big sister. Stop it, you are making me blush. Ha ha ha." Princess Precious replied to Amaka with mocking laughter. She then began talking. "I have waited all these years for you to finally say those words to me. I hate you. I have waited for you to say those words to me because that is exactly how I feel about you. You sit there in your disgraceful state judging me, thinking by spewing out some makeshift insults that it would get me in some kind of emotional frenzy. And what? I'll get emotional and release you. Think again." As she said this, Amaka's facial expression went from pure anger to having some glimmers of fear as Precious spoke. Precious had seemed to deflect all the emotions from the monologue that Princess Amaka just went on. And it threw Princess Amaka off, realizing how cold and emotionless her little sister was. But Precious wasn't done just yet. She kept talking. "Oh, Amaka, my foolish sister. You have always not been that bright, right from when we were kids. But somehow, Mommy and Daddy loved you more than I. They treated you like a special little gem. You are delusional, Precious. You hear me? You are delusional. That never happened." Princess Amaka immediately interrupted. Shut up your dirty mouth. How would you know? When you were always playing the little Miss Damsel in the distress act for Mommy and Daddy. Do you know how that feels, being born as the second child and literally being the second place in my family's heart? And the painful part is that if you were better than me, I would have understood. But you were not. You were big, ugly, and muscular. I was beautiful and charming. You were hated and rejected by most people, especially men. While I was loved and adored by everyone, even my adversaries. But yet you were still the star child. Princess Amaka then hastily interrupted Precious's monologue. You fool, your eyes are closed 'cause you don't want to see the truth. She replied, Precious. How dare you? Precious immediately responded to her with a shout. Princess Amaka then replied, How dare I what? Look you in the eye and say the truth to your face. Have you ever stopped to consider that the reason Mommy and Daddy paid special attention to me was because I wasn't meeting up with you? That you were already perfect. And even though I wasn't ever gonna be like my younger sister, they wanted to make me feel just as loved. You tell yourself whatever helps you sleep well at night, big sister. Princess Precious rudely interrupted. But if you ever stop to think for a second, you would realize that as a little child, all I saw was Mommy and Daddy preferred big sister to me. That I was nothing, I wasn't the heir, I wasn't the favorite child like most last-borns were. I was nothing, just a standby, spare heir to the throne, only to become of importance. If something happened to the original, so that's how you really feel? Princess Amaka interrupted her monologue. You think you weren't loved, you feel you weren't viewed as important. But you were the one between the both of us who actually got to live the princess lifestyle. Princess Amaka said. Precious replied almost immediately. Oh, please shut your mouth. This again. This your song and dance about how better I am than you. You sneaky little animal. You and father used this cover story to try to distract me from the fact that no matter how beautiful, perfect, and complete I am, I would never be the ruler of this land. But you would, and I would never have the full love and admiration of our parents. But now, through my own endeavors, I have set myself on the path to achieving all these things regardless. As she said this, Amaka was taken back and then, with a quivering frown on her lips, asked Precious in deadly seriousness. So, is that why you bewitched father? As soon as she said this, Precious was shocked and shivered the slightest bit. Then she replied to Amaka almost immediately. Watch yourself, Amaka. What exactly are you accusing me of? Precious said with fear in her eyes. Amaka, while staring at Precious, could notice this slight change and then responded in confidence. So my suspicions are true. What are you going on about, you beast? Precious responded. That's right, Precious, I saw it in full display yesterday. The way Dad spoke to me with such hatred. I have only known one person to ever carry such hatred in their heart. And that person is you. You did something to him, and very soon whatever you did would come back to bite you. Just look at how far you have gone to achieve your flimsy dream of becoming the ruler of this kingdom. Have you ever asked yourself if it is worth it anymore? After all this, what type of ruler do you think you would be if at all you succeed? A ruler that bullies her subjects. A ruler that sends mercenaries to kill anyone who opposes her authority. If you are going to be that kind of ruler, then you won't have much of a kingdom to rule after a couple of weeks. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Princess Precious began laughing hysterically as she paced around with heavy steps. She then began talking. Oh sister, who is the bitter one now? She said to Princess Amaka in an unbothered tone, like everything Amaka had just said didn't move her the slightest bit. Then surprisingly, Princess Amaka also busted out laughing in a mocking tone. Ha ha ha, she laughed. When Precious saw this, she became slightly thrown off and then asked in an insulting tone, Hey beast, why are you laughing? What is so funny? Oh, it's nothing. I just realized that you are a validation vampire hiding behind the mask of an oppressed child. Ha ha ha. Princess Amaka responded to Precious. The Precious replied, How dare you? Princess Amaka then replied, How dare I what? Call you out on your nonsense? Then Precious now shouted in pure hatred, You selfish animal. Whatever I am, whatever events that led up to today, it's all your fault, she shouted at Amaka. Now there was a bucket used by the palace guards to feed Princess Amaka drinking water through a long scoop as her hands were bound by chains. Precious in anger sighted this bucket and hurled it at her sister Amaka, pouring her with water. Immediately the water poured on Princess Amaka. She burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha. Thank you, baby sister, that splash of water was refreshing. I haven't had a good bath ever since you threw me in here to rot. Very thoughtful of you to help me out now. Ha ha ha. As Princess Amaka laughed, Precious stared at her in disgust. And then in a mocking tone replied Amaka, So sister, it would seem like the short time you've spent in here has really done a number on your brain. Given the fact that you now find breathing air the funniest thing on the planet. I have to say, to be honest, I thought it would take at least a year before you would have completely gone mental. But it looks like I underestimated your foolishness now, didn't I? Ha ha ha. I guess you did, Princess Amaka, answered Precious and kept on laughing. Ha ha ha. Precious, in genuine annoyance, now gripped her fist and started shouting. Come on, have some dignity. This is pitiful, she said. Ha ha ha, and why would I do that? Princess Amaka immediately replied her. Precious then responded. Because even though you are an inferior beast of a princess, you are still a princess, and this the sudden deranged laugh strips that honor away from you. Nonsense. Why are you lying? Deep down we both know that the real reason you are angry is because I am no longer validating your hatred of me. And you can't stand it. Now can you? Amaka said to her. What did you just say to me? Precious immediately responded in shock. Then Princess Amaka raised her head, looked up to her, with a sinister smirk on her face, and kept talking. Your need for validation is the reason you brainwashed Dad to love you and hate me instead of throwing him in here with me. I mean, if you really hate me, 'cause Dad and Mom used to shower me with more love than you, then shouldn't your anger be focused on them? When Precious heard this, she broke down in despair, falling to her knees and shouting, Stop talking! You don't know anything! Shut up! She shouted, as she covered her ears with her hands and closed her eyes. She then screamed for the second time. It's all your fault, you beast! Everything is your fault. Then Princess Amaka immediately responded to Precious. You keep saying that, but the moment you walked in here I had you tagged in seconds. What are you blabbing about? Precious desperately asked. Then Princess Amaka replied, Your shoes, little sister, you know when you walked in, I couldn't place my finger on the reason they felt so familiar. Nostalgic, in fact. At first I wasn't sure, but now after hearing you go on and on and on, I now understand what you are all about. You don't understand anything, monster! Precious immediately responded to Amaka. Amaka then replied to her, Those shoes, they belonged with our dead mother, don't they? Lovely Queen Zainab of blessed memory. Or in other words, Mother, how dare you bring my mother into this? Princess Precious furiously asked. She was my mother too, Princess Amaka responded. Then if you feel that way, you wouldn't have brought her into this. Precious instantly responded to Amaka. Princess Amaka then replied, I brought her up because you are wearing her shoes with your filthy blood-stained legs. I brought her up because I now understand that even as twisted as you have become, and even as you hate me, you still have a great love for Mom and Dad. And that's why Daddy isn't in here with me rotting. I brought our mother up because I know that if she were still alive and saw you like this, what you have become, and all you have done to achieve your flimsy goal, she would be greatly disappointed and heartbroken. After Amaka finished talking, she paused and stared into the eyes of Precious, who was looking right back into her own eyes. There was a brief silence. Then Precious started talking. You animal! You sure have some nerve bringing up our mother like that. And for what? To try to use her memory to try to plan with my emotions, in the desperate hope that I would see the error of my ways and release you? Well, think again. I have no sympathy for the likes of you, she said. Then immediately Princess Amaka asked her, So if that is the case, then what are you doing here, Precious? If you don't want to have a heartfelt conversation, then why did you come to this cellar to see me? Why have you engaged me in this long, unfulfilling banter for minutes now? What exactly are you doing here? Almost immediately Precious looked at Amaka with an aggrieved face and then began talking. Do you really want to know? The reason I came here is to remind you that I'm out here and you are inside that cell, and that is never going to change. The reason I am here is to tell you that I have killed your little boyfriend Dyke, thus extinguishing any hopes of love you had. No, it can't be. You couldn't have. You monster. Princess Amaka shouted almost immediately and began sobbing. Yes, that's right, he is gone. Princess Precious replied to her sister's groans. And then she continued her monologue. I came here to remind you that this is how things are always going to be. You are going to be. I am always going to be better than you, always going to be smarter, faster. You never had a chance of being the ruler of our land, because I have always existed. Princess Amaka, who had been sobbing for her lover Dyke's supposed death, couldn't stomach Princess Precious's yapping anymore and then began shouting, "Get out! Get out! Get out of my sight, you evil monster!" she exclaimed. Then Precious retaliated and also screamed, "Keep your mouth shut, you animal! You are the one in chains here, you wild animal! And for your information, so that we get everything on the record, I am not the evil one here. You are. You always have been the problem. And I am sick and tired of you always trying to take the moral high ground with our squabbles when you are the sole reason why MOM died. What did you just say to me? Have you gone delusional, you evil girl? What are you even talking about? And how am I the reason why Mom died?" Princess Amaka forced out questions through her mouth that was extremely dry from wailing at Precious. Precious then replied to her, "I don't believe it. So Daddy never told you? And I guess you never cared to find out what really happened. The night Mom died." As she said this, Princess Amaka was stunned by her words, and she was trapped in the feeling between anger, sorrow, and confusion. But Princess Precious would continue talking to her regardless. "Well, since this would be the last time I would be coming down to this hellhole to see you, I rather do you my last respects and inform you of what really happened that night. That night on your 13th birthday, that was when it all happened." As Princess Amaka heard the words of Precious, in that very moment, all she could feel was hatred, but she paid keen attention to what Precious was saying. Precious would continue talking. "That night, while you were sleeping, the Ashamaris came to the palace on a mission. They called it the Absolution. I was restless that night because I had overheard Father and some palace guards discussing about getting ready for an invasion of the palace in the middle of the night. This continued till deep into the night when the Ashamaris arrived in front of the palace gates. Almost immediately, Father rushed out of the palace to confront them, and they all got into a heated argument. The Ashamaris declared that they wanted your head, since that was the night of your 13th birthday, the time you were supposed to be initiated into the Oshamari brother, if you were to be a man. Father had tried to bargain with them to spare your life, at some point even offering to die in your place. But the warriors refused. They pushed Father, King David, aside and marched into the palace gates. I could see Father from my bedroom window that night screaming an order to the palace guards to defend the entrance to the palace at all costs. "Defend those walls until the last man, my servants," Father screamed. And almost immediately, the Ashamaris and the palace guards got into a huge battle right in front of the palace entrance. Unfortunately, this battle would only last for a few minutes, as I witnessed the Ashamari warriors lay waste to the palace guards like they were mere chickens. That was when I knew that those weren't ordinary warriors. They were something else. And from the unsurprised expression I saw on Father's face after the battle, he was fully aware of what and who those warriors were. The warriors then marched into the palace to search for you as nothing was left to stop them. But then that was when it happened. Mother rushed out of the palace entrance and offered to die in your place to serve as the sacrificial lamb for their absolution ritual. I was gripped with great shock when I saw them accept her offer, knowing fully well that they rejected the same offer from Dad. And in shortly after they discussed, the leader of the Ashimaris at the time struck Mother down with his sword, and that was the end of our mother. She died because she wanted you to live. But Father told me a bunch of scoundrels who tried to rob the palace killed her. Why would he lie to me? Princess Amaka asked in desperation as she was shocked at the story her sister had just told her. Because she knew about the Ashimaris from the stories her parents told her. And she knew about her curse. So everything was plausible. But before she could gather her thoughts, Precious said finally to her, "Ever since that day, I have hated you. I have hated you for Mother's death. I have hated you for being born, and I have hated the fact that Father and Mother always had to risk everything and give up everything just to protect you. You are a cancer to this family, and I'm glad I can finally put you behind us. I won't kill you because of Mother's sake. I would not let her death be in vain. Goodbye, sister," Precious said as she walked out of Amaka's presence. As Precious was leaving, Amaka began shouting, "Wait, stop please, Precious!" She screamed as she struggled to unbound herself from her chains, but to no avail. All she could feel was a flood of sorrowful emotions. She had lost everything so fast. Dyke, her throne, her father's love, all within a blink of an eye. Now Princess Precious just dropped this bomb on her about the reality of her mother's death. It was all too much on her. She felt like crying out her eyes until she vomited. But then her mind began racing to a time in her past when she had felt similar emotions. And then she remembered the day when she and Elizabeth stopped being friends all of a sudden without any explanation from Elizabeth on why she wasn't interested in the friendship anymore. Just cold withdrawal. And coincidentally, as she was thinking back to this time, Elizabeth, who was miles away from her at the Agba Evil Forest, was equally thinking back to this time when she cut Princess Amaka off, without telling her the full story. As Elizabeth recalled this moment, she instantly made up her mind to tell Dyke everything he wanted to know, to avoid cutting off another friend without any explanation. So almost immediately she stopped walking behind him and shouted, "Dyke, wait! Stop!" Elizabeth screamed. "And why should I do that?" Dyke asked in a sarcastic voice. "Because I am ready to tell you the full truth irrespective of what you might think of me after." Elizabeth responded, "All right, I'm all ears. This better be one hell of an explanation." Then Elizabeth began talking. "My name is Elizabeth Joyce. Joyce is my surname, but my mother's maiden name has always been kept a secret because of her family's past. My past. My mother's maiden name is Apama, and I am a direct descendant of King Mobu, the king your great ancestor Odimba helped defeat. This is my story," Elizabeth said in a dramatic voice. Immediately Dyke's face was struck with great fear and shock. But he wasn't the only one in the kingdom who got a shock that moment. Miles away back at the royal palace, as Princess Precious was walking out of the passageway that led to Amaka's prison, Agatha appeared to her in a sort of dreamlike revelation. What is this? Is this real? Princess Precious asked Agatha's manifestation. Agatha then responded, "Ha ha ha, of a truth it is I, Agatha, the strongest witch doctor in all the land, and I have come to warn you. My niece Elizabeth is on her way with a hunter to deep inside the Agba evil forest." "Aha, so that's where she is," Precious responded. "But isn't that the same forest my sister Amaka and Dyke the hunter were going to find Amaka a cure before I stopped them with the Ashamaries?" She said to herself, but shrugged it off and then with a suspicious demeanor asked Agatha, "But great Agatha, why did you go through all this trouble to give me this information? How does telling me the location of your niece benefit you? Or am I missing something?" Precious asked. Agatha then laughed in an evil tone. "Ha ha ha ha. Foolish princess. My niece and the hunter are on a mission to find the sacred shrine of eggs, deep in the Agba evil forest. If they are successful, they would be able to wish away my enchantment on your father the king, and you would be instantly exposed. You must stop them, Precious, or else. Stop them. Stop them. Stop them," Agatha said as her manifestation disappeared into thin air. Immediately Princess Precious was gripped with fear because of Agatha's warning. She ran straight to Farouk, informing him that she needs him to gather his Ashamari warriors so they could all go in pursuit of Elizabeth and Dyke. But Farouk explained to her why gathering his warriors won't be possible and suggested that only 2 of them go. Precious agreed, so Farouk went to ready the horses for their departure. Just a few minutes later, Farouk approached silently, leading 2 sleek horses saddled and ready. His footsteps were barely audible against the cobblestone, a testament to his years of training as an Ashamari warrior. "Your Highness," he said, his voice steady yet tinged with concern. "The horses are prepared. Are you certain you wish to depart immediately? Dawn is but a few hours away." Precious glanced at him sharply. "We leave now, Farouk. Every moment we delay is another moment Elizabeth and Dyke gain ground. I won't allow them to undo everything I've worked for." He nodded, though hesitation flickered in his dark eyes. "As you command. The Agba evil forest is treacherous at night. Perhaps we should consider—" "No," she interjected firmly. "I will not entertain any delays. Are you with me or not?" Farouk met her gaze, the weight of his loyalty pressing heavily upon him. "Of course, my love. I am with you, Princess. Always. You know that. I know nothing, Farouk. But today you'll prove to me your so-called love for me," Precious responded. "Kill them for me? Help me kill them. And let's consolidate our position once and for all." She spoke further in a determined, sinister tone. Farouk then responded immediately, "Yes, my love, as you command." She gave a curt nod, mounting her horse with practiced ease. "Good. Then let's ride." Farouk swung himself onto his own steed, and with a swift kick, they galloped out of the palace gates. The rhythmic pounding of hooves against the earth echoed in the silence of the night, a relentless pursuit fueled by desperation and ambition. As they raced through the deserted streets, Farouk stole a glance at Precious. Her long ebony hair flowed behind her like a dark river, and her expression was a mask of steely resolve. He couldn't shake the unease that had settled in his stomach since they had received word from Agatha. "Your Highness," he ventured cautiously, "do you truly believe Agatha's warning is credible? That Elizabeth and Dyke possess the means to break the spell on the king?" Precious's grip tightened on the reins. "Agatha has never misled me, at least the few times I have employed her aid, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. If she says they can undo the enchantment, then we must prevent them from doing that at all costs." Farouk hesitated before pressing on. "But if the spell is broken and the king returns to his senses, perhaps it would be an opportunity to—" "Opportunity for what?" she snapped, her eyes flashing dangerously. "For him to cast me aside once more in favor of Amaka? To strip me of the power I've rightfully claimed?" "Forgive me," Farouk said quickly. I only meant that reconciliation might be possible. Reconciliation is a fantasy for the weak-hearted, she retorted coldly. I have no intention of relinquishing my position. Farouk fell silent, his mind churning with unspoken thoughts. The landscape blurred past them, fields giving way to dense woodlands, as they sped toward the ominous silhouette of the Agba evil forest on the horizon. After a while, he tried again. Princess, may I speak freely? She arched an eyebrow but kept her gaze ahead. Since when have you needed permission? He took a deep breath. I'm concerned about the path we're on, the alliances you've formed. Agatha is a powerful sorceress, but her intentions are shrouded in mystery. I fear she may be using you for her own ends. Precious let out a mirthless laugh. Do not presume to understand the complexities of power, Farouk. Agatha and I share common goals. And what goals are those? He pressed gently. She turned to face him, her eyes narrowing. To secure my rightful place as the sole heir to the throne. To lead my kingdom into a new era of strength and prosperity. At the expense of your family? He asked quietly. She bristled. My family has never valued me. They've underestimated me at every turn. It's time they see what I'm truly capable of. Farouk's expression softened. Perhaps they underestimate you because you don't allow them to see your true self. She clenched her jaw, her voice low and dangerous. You're treading on thin ice, Farouk. He nodded solemnly. I apologize, Your Highness. They rode in silence for a few moments before the dense trees of the Agba evil forest loomed before them, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers blocking out the moonlight. The horses won't go any further, Farouk observed as his steed whinnied nervously, resisting his commands. Then we proceed on foot, Precious declared, dismounting gracefully. She patted her horse's neck absent-mindedly before securing the reins to a low-hanging branch. Farouk followed suit, his eyes scanning the darkened woods. The forest is known for its enchantments and dangers. We should be cautious. Caution is for those who lack conviction, she replied dismissively. We have a mission to complete. As they stepped into the shadowed embrace of the forest, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures echoed eerily around them. Farouk felt a shiver run down his spine. Tell me about Agatha, he said, trying to mask his unease. How did you come to align yourself with her? Precious's lips curved into a sly smile. Agatha is the auntie of Elizabeth. I heard about her great exploits in the past, being the most powerful witch doctor in all the neighboring kingdoms. But I only got to know her when she helped me cast a spell over my father's head. And what does she gain from helping you now? Farouk asked in keen interest. She glanced at him sidelong. Why so many questions, Farouk? Do you doubt my judgment? Not at all, he replied quickly. I merely wish to understand the full scope of our alliances. Agatha seeks to restore the glory of the Apama lineage. She told me as much after we incapacitated her niece after I made a sacrifice in her shrine. Precious explained. Our goals align in that regard. Farouk's brow furrowed. The Apama lineage? You mean the people of the neighboring kingdom? We learned about them during our training as Ashimaris. Apparently, the bloodlines in the village that were a threat to us were all wiped out. Farouk commented. Not entirely, Precious responded cryptically. Powerful bloodlines have a way of enduring. They continued deeper into the forest, the canopy above growing denser until only slivers of moonlight pierced through. Strange plants glowed faintly along the path, casting an otherworldly illumination. Farouk couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. This place, it feels alive. That's because it is, Precious remarked. The forest is imbued with ancient magic. He paused, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. Perhaps we should reconsider. If the forest itself is enchanted, we could be at a disadvantage. She rolled her eyes. Afraid of a few old spells? I expected more from you. It's not fear, he clarified. It's prudence. She waved a hand dismissively. We press on. As they walked, whispers seemed to float on the breeze, indistinct and haunting. Farouk strained to catch the words but could only make out fragments. Turn back. Danger. Sacrifice. Did you hear that? He asked, stopping in his tracks. Precious continued ahead. Ignore it. The forest plays tricks to deter the weak-willed. He hurried to catch up. But what if it's a warning? She shot him an annoyed glance. If you're so frightened, perhaps you should return to the palace. He squared his shoulders. My duty is to protect you. Then do so without incessant complaints, she retorted sharply. Farouk fell silent, though his unease only grew. He recalled tales from his childhood about the Agba evil forest. Stories of travelers who entered and were never seen again, of spirits that lured the unwary to their doom. Your Highness, he began tentatively, have you considered that the forest might demand a price for our passage? She smirked. Let it demand. I am prepared to pay. He studied her profile, noting the determined set of her jaw. And what price are you willing to pay? Whatever it takes, she replied coldly. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Elizabeth and Dyke moved cautiously along a narrow path lined with ancient trees whose bark was etched with mysterious runes. The soft glow emanating from the symbols bathed the path in a gentle light. Dyke's thoughts were a tumult of confusion and mistrust. He glanced at Elizabeth, her facial expression serene yet guarded. What Elizabeth had told him earlier was still ringing in his head. My name is Elizabeth Joyce. Joyce is my surname, but my mother's maiden name has always been kept a secret because of her family's past. My past. My mother's maiden name is Apama, and I am a direct descendant of King Mobu, the king your great ancestor Odimba helped defeat. This is my story. He couldn't believe it. All this while the girl he had been following to save Amaka was a descendant of the kingdom that enslaved his ancestors, the very one from Amaka's stories. So, in a quest to understand better, he mustered up his voice and asked, So, he said, breaking the silence, if what you are saying is true, that was how you managed to make us vanish from under Precious and Farouk's noses back there? You used your Apama witchcraft. Elizabeth then responded immediately, yes, you are absolutely correct. She took a deep breath. Like I said, I come from the Apama lineage. My mother was one of them, though she left that life behind to protect me. I inherited certain abilities from her blood. Dyke's eyes widened. The Apama? The very same people who waged war against our land? The ones known for their dark magic. Not all Apama practice dark magic, she corrected gently. But yes, that is my heritage. He shook his head incredulously. And you didn't think to mention this earlier? After everything we've been through, I wanted to, she confessed. But I was afraid. The Apama are feared and mistrusted. I didn't want that stigma to cloud your judgment of me. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. This is a lot to take in. How can I be sure you're not working against us? She stepped closer, her gaze earnest. Because I've been by your side through every trial. I saved you from the Ashimiri warriors, guided us through the Whispering Woods, and stood against Precious and Agatha. My actions speak for themselves. He studied her, conflicted. I suppose they do. Please, she implored. Trust that I'm on your side. He hesitated before nodding slowly. I want to believe you, but you have to be honest with me from now on. Agreed, she said, relief evident in her voice. They resumed walking, the path winding deeper into the forest. The air grew thicker, the sense of damp earth and wildflowers mingling. Dyke glanced around. These runes, do you know what they mean? She smiled faintly. They're ancient symbols of protection and guidance. The forest recognizes me as kin. Convenient, he remarked. She ignored the hint of sarcasm. It means we have a safer passage, at least for now. He kicked a loose stone along the path. You know, when I set out on this journey, I didn't expect to be dealing with magic forests and secret bloodlines. She chuckled softly. Life has a way of surprising us. He looked at her thoughtfully. Tell me more about your mother. Elizabeth's expression softened. She was a healer, skilled in both traditional medicine and the mystical arts. She taught me to use my abilities for good. Why did she leave the Apama? She disagreed with their pursuit of power at any cost. After our land was defeated by the Ashimaris, our land people have always been looking for a way to get back at us, seeking dangerous powers and secrets, plotting and scheming. Elizabeth explained. She wanted a peaceful life, away from the conflicts that had consumed our people. He nodded, absorbing her words. I can respect that. They walked in companionable silence for a while, the tension between them easing. Do you think Precious can be stopped? I mean, even with this our plan, I have my doubts that she wouldn't still find a way to try and usurp the throne from Amaka, he asked eventually. Elizabeth's gaze hardened. We have to believe so. If we can reach the shrine and break the spell on King David's mind, that should go a long way. But if Precious somehow were to find her way to the shrine of the sacred egg before us, or worst yet, a sinister evil like my Aunt Agatha, then, Dyke, I don't know what would happen. What exactly is Agatha's goal? Dyke inquired. Agatha seeks revenge against our land, Elizabeth explained. She believes the kingdom is responsible for the downfall of the Apama and wants to restore their dominance. And Precious is helping her achieve that? Precious craves power and recognition, she said grimly. The last time I was in a room with two of them, I could sense Agatha's desire to use Precious in some way. I just couldn't figure out how, until they restrained me and knocked me out. Die Zeit. It's all so tangled. Indeed, she agreed. But we must focus on our mission. He gave a determined nod. Then let's keep moving. Meanwhile, way behind in the forest, where Precious and Farouk were, the forest grew darker, the trees towering like silent sentinels. The path narrowed until it was barely wide enough for one person. We're being led somewhere, Farouk observed uneasily. Obviously, Precious replied. The forest acknowledges my intent, I suppose. He frowned. Or it's guiding us into a trap. She cast him an irritated look. Your pessimism is tiresome. Before he could retort, a faint glow appeared ahead, casting an eerie light through the dense foliage. Do you see that? He asked, squinting. She nodded. It's a gateway. As they approached, they saw that the glow emanated from a circle of stones inscribed with glowing symbols. This is a summoning circle, Farouk realized. That's wonderful, Precious said with an evil demeanor. Then a voice from the forest began talking. Strange travelers of the night, the voice spoke. You stand before the crossroads of the Agba evil forest. We have searched your heart, Princess Precious, and have seen that you desire to reach the shrine of eggs before your enemies, and prevent them from breaking the spell you cast on your father King David. Precious then replied immediately, yes, strange one, you are precisely right. Do you wish to stop me, spirits of the forest? Precious asked boldly. Then the voice took a moment and then replied in an ominous, indifferent tone. No, Princess, I wish to give you an ultimatum. To proceed with your uncanny plot means to force our hands to strike you down, since you wish to keep manipulating the mind of one of royal blood, which is your own father. Precious then asked the voice immediately as her mind began racing. So what will it take for you to grant me passage and allow me to proceed on my quest, mighty spirits of the forest? The voices then replied. To cast the spell it costs you 2 souls. Now to maintain the spell, it would cost you 1. Precious smirked and replied to the spirit voices. I see very well then, she said. Now as all this was happening, Farouk stood confused and disoriented. It so happened that the voices of the forest only spoke directly to Precious, with no other ears hearing. So after Precious had finished talking, he asked her in curiosity, Who were you talking to, my love? As he asked, Precious looked at him with an evil smile, refusing to respond to him as she walked robotically towards him in a scary manner. Farouk then took a cautious step back and asked her another question, hoping to be answered this time. What are you planning? He said. She would go ahead to ignore him once more, this time walking past him and then stepping into the circle that appeared in front of them, her eyes fixed on the largest stone at the center. Fulfilling the forest's requirements. Which are? She turned to face him, her expression unreadable. A blood sacrifice. Precious then screamed once more at the forest. Spirit of the forest, if I am to make this sacrifice, then I wish to ask for one more thing. I wish to summon the great Agatha to accompany me as I am giving you my partner as a sacrifice. The spirits then responded, Very well, princess. For the sake of your own royal blood, I shall take a soul and give you two. Precious then smiled and raised her hands set for the ritual. Farouk stared at Precious in horror, his blood ran cold. Precious, no. Please, you can't. She smiled sadly. I'm sorry, Farouk, but this is the only way. He drew his sword defensively. You don't have to do this. There's another path. She shook her head. I've made my choice. He tightened his grip on the hilt. I won't let you harm me. She sighed. I was hoping you'd understand. With a swift motion, she whispered an incantation. The ground beneath Farouk's feet shifted, roots erupting from the soil to ensnare his legs. He struggled fiercely. What sorcery is this? Ancient magic, she replied calmly. Passed down through the Apama bloodline. His eyes widened. Your Apama? She nodded. Agatha awakened my heritage. You're being manipulated, he exclaimed. Agatha is using you for her own ends. Perhaps, she conceded, but our goals align. He fought against the roots, but they tightened their grip. Precious, please, don't do this. Her gaze hardened. Goodbye, Farouk. She raised a dagger, its blade gleaming wickedly. As she moved to strike, he mustered all his strength, breaking one arm free. He grabbed her wrist, halting the blade inches from his chest. Don't make me fight you, he pleaded. She leaned in, her voice a cold whisper. You already are. She twisted deftly, breaking his hold and driving the dagger into his side. He gasped, the pain searing. Why? He choked out. Because sacrifices must be made, she replied, withdrawing the blade. He sank to his knees, the roots releasing him as blood seeped through his fingers. She stepped back, chanting softly. The stones around them pulsed with energy, and a swirling vortex formed above the central stone. Agatha materialized within the vortex, her form solidifying as she stepped into the circle. Tall and imposing, her silver hair flowed over dark robes adorned with arcane symbols. Her eyes glinted with malice and cunning. Well done, my dear, Agatha purred, surveying the scene. You have proven your commitment. Precious inclined her head. I am ready to proceed. Agatha's gaze flicked to Farouk's fallen form. A loyal servant, sacrificed for the greater good. Admirable. Farouk's vision blurred as he watched them, his strength fading. I thought you loved me, Precious. I thought we were going to end up together. I sacrificed everything for you, he whispered. Precious then replied in a mocking tone. Yes, my love, I too thought the same, and you did serve me well for the time being. And now you've served me one last time with your life. As she said this, Farouk's dying eyes were filled with tears and anguish. He turned to Agatha, searching for a face to bear him sympathy. But Agatha just smirked and said to him in a sinister tone, Rest now, warrior. Your part is played. Precious turned away from him, focusing on Agatha. We must hurry. Elizabeth and Dyke are ahead of us. Fear not, Agatha assured her. With my presence, the forest's barriers will yield. She extended a hand, and a pathway unfurled before them, the trees bending aside as if bowing to her will. Impressive, Precious remarked. Agatha chuckled. There are perks to being an ancient sorceress. Precious then asked in curiosity, if you could have made my hunt for Dyke and Elizabeth this easy, why didn't you accompany me in the first place? Why did you allow me to go with Farouk instead? Agatha then responded immediately, Well, princess, it is because the forest knows my intentions and just like you, would have demanded a sacrifice of a soul to pass. If I were to go with you, I might have ended up sacrificing you in my stead. Now enough with the questions, let's get moving, we have 2 rats to fish out and kill. Right? Precious responded immediately. They stepped over Farouk's motionless body, venturing deeper into the forest. Farouk lay on the cold ground, his life slipping away. As darkness encroached, he heard faint whispers, echoes of the forest spirits. "Your sacrifice is noble," a gentle voice whispered. "Rest now, warrior." He closed his eyes, a single tear tracing down his cheek. Meanwhile, as all this was happening, Elizabeth and Dyke, who were miles ahead in the forest, approached a clearing where the trees gave way to a shimmering river. The water glowed softly, illuminating the area with a soothing light. The enchanted river, Elizabeth identified, a place of reflection and trial. "I've heard of this place from the stories." Dyke eyed the river warily. "What kind of trial?" She gestured to a narrow stone bridge arching over the water. "We must cross, but the river will test our hearts." He nodded. "Then let's face it together." They stepped onto the bridge, and immediately, the environment around them shifted. The sounds of the forest faded, replaced by a profound silence. Dyke glanced at Elizabeth. "Do you feel that?" She nodded, her expression tense. "Stay close." As they advanced, mist rose from the river, enveloping them. Voices echoed within the fog, familiar and haunting. "Dyke!" A voice called softly. He turned, recognizing the voice of his late father. "Father, why did you leave us?" the voice questioned. "Why pursue a path that leads to destruction?" He shook his head. "I didn't leave. You passed on." "Did I?" the voice taunted. "Or did you abandon your family for glory?" Meanwhile, Elizabeth heard her mother's voice. "Elizabeth, my child, you walk a dangerous path." "Mother," she whispered, "I'm trying to make things right. By embracing the heritage I fled from," her mother chastised, "you risk becoming like them." "I'm not like them," Elizabeth insisted. "I use my abilities to help others. Power corrupts," the voice warned. "Be careful." Dyke reached out, his hand finding Elizabeth's. "Don't listen," he urged. "They're illusions." She squeezed his hand. "We must focus." The mist thickened, the voices growing louder and more accusatory. "Traitors, deceivers, unworthy." Dyke closed his eyes, centering himself. "We know who we are. We won't be swayed." Elizabeth nodded, joining him in silent resolve. Their combined determination pushed back against the oppressive atmosphere. Gradually, the mist receded, and the voices faded into silence. They opened their eyes to find themselves on the other side of the bridge. "Well done," a melodious voice praised. They turned to see a figure clad in flowing robes, her features radiant and serene. "Who are you?" Dyke asked. "I am the guardian of the enchanted river," she replied. "You have passed the trial of the heart." Elizabeth inclined her head respectfully. "Thank you." The guardian smiled warmly. "Your bond is strong. It will serve you well in the challenges ahead." "Can you offer any guidance?" Dyke inquired. She gestured to a path that led into a grove of luminous trees. "Follow this path. It will lead you to the shrine of the sacred egg." They shared a grateful glance. "We appreciate your help," Elizabeth said. "May fortune favor you," the guardian offered before fading into the ethereal light. As they continued, Dyke glanced at Elizabeth. "What did you hear back there?" She hesitated. "Voices from my past, doubts and fears." He nodded thoughtfully. "Same here." She looked at him earnestly. "Thank you for being here. I couldn't have faced that alone." He smiled softly. "We're in this together." As this was happening some distance behind them, Agatha and Precious moved swiftly along a path that seemed to part before them. The trees bent away, and obstacles vanished under Agatha's command. "At this pace, we'll overtake them soon," Precious noted. "Indeed," Agatha agreed. "Tell me, have you considered what you'll do once you possess the power of the sacred egg?" Precious's eyes gleamed. "I will solidify my rule over my kingdom, ushering in a new era. Those who opposed me will face the consequences." Agatha arched an eyebrow. "Ambitious. And what of your sister, Amaka?" Precious's expression darkened. She chose her path. She would remain locked up rotting in the dungeons beneath the palace. She is my sister, so I won't kill her. At least she deserves that much. Family ties can be complicated, Agatha mused. But sometimes sacrifices are necessary. Agreed, Precious said firmly. They reached a crossroads where the path split in 3 directions. Which way? Precious asked. Agatha closed her eyes, murmuring an incantation. A faint trail of light appeared along the middle path. That way, she indicated. As they proceeded, Precious glanced at Agatha. You mentioned the Apama lineage earlier. How extensive is our connection? Agatha smiled slyly. Deeper than you realize. Your mother was a distant relative of mine. Precious's eyes widened. We're related? In a manner of speaking, Agatha confirmed. The Apama blood runs through your veins, granting you untapped potential. Why didn't I know this? Precious demanded. Your mother sought to keep you uninformed, perhaps fearing the power you might wield. At least that is what I think, Agatha speculated. Precious then thought out loud. Then it's fate that we've aligned. Precisely, Agatha agreed. Together, we can reclaim the glory of our heritage. Meanwhile, miles ahead, Elizabeth and Dyke arrived at the base of a steep incline. Above them, the shrine of the sacred egg perched atop a plateau, its golden spires glinting in the sunlight that pierced through the canopy. We're almost there, Elizabeth noted, a mixture of relief and anticipation in her voice. Let's not celebrate just yet, Dyke cautioned. We don't know what awaits us. They began the ascent, the path winding and treacherous. Loose rocks skittered underfoot, and the air grew thinner. As they climbed, Elizabeth spoke. There's something you should know. He glanced at her. What is it? Agatha, being my aunt, may try to use our familial connection against me, Elizabeth warned. We must be prepared. Understood, he affirmed. As they reached the summit, they stood before the grand entrance of the shrine. A magnificent archway adorned with intricate carvings depicting mythical creatures and celestial patterns. As they stepped forward, a pair of colossal stone guardians flanked the doorway, their eyes glowing with an inner light. State your purpose, a resonant voice commanded. Elizabeth stepped forward confidently. We seek to protect the realm by ensuring the power of the sacred egg is not misused. The guardians regarded them silently before the doors slowly swung open. Proceed with honor, the voice intoned. They exchanged a hopeful glance before entering. Now inside, the shrine was a marvel of architecture and artistry. Columns of marble soared toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. At the center of the chamber rested the sacred egg, hovering above an ornate pedestal and radiating a soft, pulsating glow. This is incredible, Dyke whispered. Elizabeth approached the egg reverently. We must act quickly. Before they could proceed, a chilling laugh echoed through the chamber. How touching, Agatha sneered as she and Precious emerged from the shadows. Elizabeth and Dyke spun around, weapons at the ready. Agatha, Elizabeth hissed. How did you get here? Did you think your little head start would keep us at bay? Agatha mocked. Precious smirked. You're not the only ones with resources. Dyke stepped protectively in front of Elizabeth. We won't let you take the egg. Agatha chuckled darkly. Precious drew her dagger, its blade shimmering with a sinister aura. Stand aside, and perhaps I'll spare you. Elizabeth's eyes hardened. We won't let you harm anyone. Agatha's gaze locked onto Elizabeth. Niece, you could have joined us. Together, we would have been unstoppable. I'll never be part of your schemes, Elizabeth declared. Such a pity, Agatha sighed. Then you leave me no choice. With a flick of her wrist, Agatha unleashed a bolt of dark energy. Elizabeth countered with a barrier of light, the opposing forces colliding with a thunderous crack. Go, Elizabeth shouted to Dyke. Secure the egg. Dyke hesitated. I won't leave you. I can hold them off, she insisted. Trust me. Reluctantly, he moved toward the egg. Precious intercepted him, her dagger poised. Not so fast. He drew his sword, engaging her in combat. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as metal met metal. "You're outmatched," Precious taunted. "Surrender now." "Never," he growled, parrying her strikes. Meanwhile, Elizabeth and Agatha circled each other, arcane energies swirling around them. "You've grown strong," Agatha acknowledged, "but you're no match for me." "We'll see about that," Elizabeth retorted. They exchanged spells, the chamber shaking with the force of their battle. Pillars cracked, and shards of marble rained down. Dyke pressed his advantage against Precious, but she was nimble and cunning. Feigning a misstep, she lured him into overextending, then slashed his leg with her poison dagger. He hissed in pain, feeling the venom course through his veins. "What have you done?" "Just leveling the playing field," she sneered. He staggered, his movements slowing. Elizabeth glanced over, concern flashing across her face. "Dyke!" Agatha seized the distraction, striking Elizabeth with a blast of dark magic that sent her sprawling. "You can't save them both," Agatha taunted. Elizabeth struggled to her feet, determination blazing in her eyes. "I won't let you win." Drawing upon her deepest reserves, she began chanting an ancient spell, a powerful incantation her mother had taught her, one that required immense sacrifice. Agatha's eyes widened. "You wouldn't dare." Elizabeth's voice rose, the words echoing with power. "By the light within, I banish the darkness." A brilliant aura enveloped her, expanding outward. Agatha recoiled, attempting to shield herself. "Stop!" Agatha screamed. "You'll destroy us both." "That's the idea," Elizabeth replied resolutely. The light intensified, engulfing Agatha. A piercing scream echoed as the sorceress was consumed by the radiant energy. Precious shielded her eyes, backing away. When the light faded, Elizabeth collapsed to the ground, her strength spent. Dyke stumbled toward her, the poison sapping his vitality. "Elizabeth, no." He cradled her in his arms as she gazed up at him weakly. "It's over," she whispered. "Save your strength," he urged. "We'll get you help." She smiled faintly. "I'm glad I could protect you." Tears welled in his eyes. "Don't leave me." Her gaze softened. "Remember, you have a wish." His heart clenched. "What of the king?" She nodded slowly. "You are right. That is more important. Then I guess this is goodbye." "Telemachus, I'm sorry for everything." Her eyes closed, and her breathing ceased. "Elizabeth!" he cried, his voice breaking. Precious watched from a distance, a conflicted expression on her face. For a moment, remorse flickered in her eyes before being replaced by steely resolve. She approached the egg, reaching out to claim its power. Dyke laid Elizabeth gently on the ground, a fiery determination igniting within him. Ignoring the pain, he surged to his feet, intercepting Precious before she could touch the egg. "Get out of my way," she snarled. He blocked her path. "I won't let you harm anyone else." She lashed out with her dagger, but he deflected the blow, using his remaining strength to disarm her. "You're finished," he declared. She glared at him defiantly. "You can't stop me." He grasped the egg, feeling its energy resonate. "I wish for the curse on King David to be broken and for peace to return to my kingdom." The egg glowed brilliantly, its power surging through the chamber. "Your wish is granted," a serene voice proclaimed. Dyke turned to Precious. "It's over. Surrender." She looked around desperately. "No, this can't be." In a final act of defiance, she attempted to attack, but he deftly avoided her strike, rendering her unconscious with a swift blow. Breathing heavily, he looked around. Agatha's body had disintegrated, leaving only ashes. Elizabeth lay still, peaceful in death. He approached Elizabeth once more, lifting her gently. "I won't leave you here," and in an act of mercy resolved to carry Precious, who was unconscious, back to the kingdom for her to get justice. With Precious slung over one shoulder and Elizabeth cradled in his arms, he began the arduous journey back to the kingdom. Now back at the palace, King David awoke with a startled face. His mind was clear for the first time in days. "Where am I?" he mumbled. Servants rushed to his side. "Your Majesty, you're awake." He rubbed his temples. "What's happened?" One of the advisors stepped forward hesitantly. "There's much to explain, sire." "Where is Amaka?" the king demanded. "She's been imprisoned under your orders," the advisor confessed. His eyes widened in horror. "What? Release her at once." "Yes, your Majesty." Minutes later, Amaka burst into the room, tears streaming down her face. "Father!" He embraced her tightly. "My dear child, forgive me. You're back," she sobbed. "I knew you'd return." He held her at arm's length. "Tell me everything." Early the next morning, Dyke trudged toward the palace gates, Elizabeth cradled in his arms and Precious slung over his shoulder. Guards rushed forward upon recognizing him. "Wait, aren't you the hunter, Dyke? The one the king sent the Ashimaris after? What has happened?" One called out. He halted, exhaustion etched into his features. "I need to see the king immediately." "Very well," the palace guard responded. They escorted him inside, word spreading quickly through the palace. King David, now free from the enchantment, met them in the grand hall, concern evident in his eyes. "Dyke, what is the meaning of this?" the king demanded gently. Dyke lowered Precious to the floor, gesturing for guards to secure her. "Your Majesty, the spell cast on your mind by your daughter Princess Precious has been lifted, but at great cost." He laid Elizabeth's body before the king. "Elizabeth, the girl who was once best friends with your daughter Amaka, sacrificed herself to restore your mind, saving us all from Precious's doom." King David's expression softened with sorrow. "She was a brave soul," he said in a regretful tone. Amaka entered the hall, her eyes widening at the sight. "Dyke, my love." She hugged him intimately. "What's happened? How did you get here? Why are Elizabeth and my sister lying on the ground all battered and bruised?" He met her gaze, his voice heavy. "My love, we have much to discuss." Then Dyke fainted almost immediately out of exhaustion. Amaka then screamed, "Guards! Guards! Get the traditional medicine men! Guards! Help him!" she screamed. Dyke would be rushed out of the palace to be treated. Days would pass, as Dyke would be reprimanded at his house, as he healed and regained his strength from the journey he embarked on. Palace guards and royal healers were placed at his service to protect him and help him heal faster. But even with all these things, there were nights during this period that he couldn't sleep because he was constantly being hunted by nightmares of the trauma he experienced back at the Agba Evil Forest. Elizabeth's sudden death really took a toll on him, even if their relationship was short-lived. He felt she really grew on him, and he hated himself for not being able to save her. Amaka occasionally came to check up on him, but he usually pushed her away softly, as he preferred going through his now acquired trauma alone. His torment, coupled with his recovery, went on for about a week, until one day he decided to visit Amaka at the palace. Amaka stood on the balcony of her chambers, gazing out over the kingdom she loved. Her tall, muscular frame was silhouetted against the soft light, a constant reminder of the curse that had befallen her. She sighed deeply, her thoughts consumed by the events of the past couple of weeks. A soft knock on the door pulled her from her reverie. "Come in," she called, turning to see who had disturbed her solitude. The door creaked open to reveal Dyke, his expression somber yet determined. "Dyke," she acknowledged with a faint smile. "How are you feeling?" He stepped inside, closing the door gently behind him. "Better, thanks to the rest," he replied. "But there's something we need to discuss." She raised an eyebrow. "Is this about Elizabeth?" He nodded, his eyes searching hers. "I believe we can bring her back." Amaka crossed her arms, her gaze steady. "And how do you propose we do that?" "By journeying into the Agba evil forest, like we once planned to do," he explained. "Using your wish at the shrine of the sacred egg, we can restore her to life." She studied him for a moment. "You want me to use my wish to bring Elizabeth back?" "Yes," he affirmed. "She sacrificed herself to save us all. It's the least we can do." Amaka turned away, walking back toward the balcony. "It's not that simple, Dyke." He followed her, his tone gentle. "I know it's a lot to ask, but..." She cut him off. "I'll think about it." A silence settled between them, heavy with unspoken words. "Very well," he conceded. "But we shouldn't delay too long." She nodded absently. "I understand." He hesitated before speaking again. "Amaka, there's something else." She glanced at him. "Yes." He took a deep breath. "While I was in the forest with Elizabeth, certain feelings surfaced." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "What kind of feelings?" "Confusion, mostly," he admitted. "But I want you to know that my loyalty remains with you." She offered a thin smile. "Thank you for your honesty." He inclined his head. "I'll leave you to your thoughts." As he turned to leave, she called after him. "Dyke." He paused, looking back. "Yes, I appreciate you coming to me," she said softly. He smiled gently. "Always." Once he was gone, Amaka let out a weary sigh. Her heart was a tangle of emotions. Grief for Elizabeth, uncertainty about Dyke, and the looming responsibility of her position. She needed clarity, and there was only one place she could think to find it. Descending into the dimly lit corridors beneath the palace, Amaka made her way toward the dungeons. The guards stood at attention as she approached, their armor gleaming even in the low light. "Princess Amaka," one of them greeted with a bow. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to see my sister," she replied firmly. They exchanged a hesitant glance. "As you wish, Your Highness." They led her down a narrow passageway until they reached a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. "She's inside," the guard informed her, unlocking the door. Amaka took a deep breath before stepping into the cell. The air was cool and damp, and the only light came from a small window high above. Precious sat on a simple cot, her once elegant attire replaced by a plain, rough-spun dress. Her hair hung loose around her face, and her eyes stared blankly at the wall. "Precious," Amaka began softly. Her sister didn't respond, her gaze remaining fixed ahead. Amaka moved closer. "I wanted to see how you were." Still no response. "Precious, please," she implored. "Talk to me." Slowly, Precious turned her head, her eyes meeting Amaka's with a cold intensity. "What do you want?" Amaka swallowed hard. "I wanted to understand why." A bitter smile twisted Precious's lips. "Why what?" "Why you did all of this," Amaka clarified. "Why you turned against us." Precious laughed hollowly. "You wouldn't understand." "Then help me," Amaka urged. "Make me understand." She stood up abruptly, chains clinking as she moved. "All my life, I've been overshadowed by you, the perfect daughter, the beloved princess. I was nothing more than a shadow." "That's not true," Amaka protested. "Father and I have always loved you." "Love?" Precious spat. "Don't make me laugh. You never saw me." "Not really." Amaka shook her head. "We saw you as you were. A strong, intelligent young woman with so much potential. Potential wasted in your shadow," Precious retorted. "No matter what I did, it was never enough." "That's not how we felt," Amaka insisted. "We wanted you to succeed in your own way." "Spare me your platitudes," Precious snapped. "Even now you stand there, pitying me." Amaka's eyes softened. "I don't pity you. I mourn what we've lost." Precious's gaze hardened. "I don't need your mourning. I made my choices." Amaka stepped closer. "But it doesn't have to end like this." "And how should it end?" Precious challenged. "With me groveling for forgiveness? Begging for scraps of affection?" "No," Amaka replied gently. "With us finding a way forward together." Precious scoffed. "There is no together. Not anymore." A heavy silence filled the room. Amaka searched her sister's face for any sign of remorse, but found none. "Is there nothing I can say to reach you?" she asked quietly. "Nothing," Precious confirmed coldly. Amaka nodded slowly, resignation settling in. "Then I hope you find peace, wherever your path takes you." "Save your hopes for someone who cares," Precious retorted, turning away. Feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration, Amaka turned to leave. As she reached the door, she paused. "Despite everything, I still love you," she said softly. Precious didn't respond, her back remaining turned. Amaka stepped out of the cell, the door closing heavily behind her. Later that day, the grand hall of the palace was filled with a solemn assembly. Advisors, nobles, and guards stood in respectful silence as King David took his place on the throne. His eyes, once clouded by enchantment, now held a steely resolve. At the center of the hall, Precious stood in chains, flanked by guards. Her head was held high, defiance etched into her features. Amaka stood to the side, her heart aching at the sight of her sister. King David's voice resonated through the hall. "Precious, my beloved daughter, you stand accused of treason, conspiracy, and the endangerment of this kingdom." She met his gaze unflinchingly. "I am aware." He hesitated for a moment, pain flickering in his eyes. "Have you anything to say in your defense?" "No defense would satisfy you," she replied coolly. He sighed heavily. "Your actions have left me no choice." Amaka stepped forward. "Father, please, there must be another way." He looked at her sadly. "Amaka, she has betrayed us all. The safety of the kingdom must come first." "But banishment?" Amaka pleaded. "Surely we can find a way to—" "Enough!" Precious interjected sharply. "I don't need your mercy." King David's expression hardened. "As of this day, you are stripped of all titles, lands, and holdings. You are exiled from Odimba, never to return under penalty of death." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Precious smirked. "Perhaps now I can truly be free." Amaka's eyes filled with tears. "Precious." She ignored her sister's anguish, her gaze fixed on the king. "Is that all, father?" He clenched his jaw. "Escort her from the palace. She is to leave the kingdom immediately." The guards moved to comply, leading Precious away. As she was taken past Amaka, she paused briefly. "Goodbye, sister. Enjoy your perfect life." Amaka reached out, but Precious pulled away, continuing down the hall without a backward glance. Once she was gone, the weight of the moment settled heavily. Amaka turned to her father. "Was this truly necessary?" she asked softly. He looked weary. "I wish it weren't, but her actions demanded consequences." She nodded sadly. "I understand." King David placed a hand on her shoulder. "Come, we have much to discuss." Over the next few days, life in the palace resumed its usual rhythm, though a somber atmosphere lingered. Amaka busied herself with royal duties, but her thoughts frequently drifted to her sister and the unresolved tensions. One afternoon, as she was reviewing documents in the library, Dyke entered quietly. "Amaka," he greeted. She looked up, offering a small smile. "Dyke, how are you feeling?" "Restless," he admitted. "I've been thinking about our conversation." She set aside the parchment. "About Elizabeth?" "Yes," he confirmed. "Have you given it any more thought?" She sighed. "I have. And I've decided to help you," she revealed. "We'll go to the Agba Evil Forest together." Relief washed over his features. "Thank you." She held up a hand. "But I need to understand something first." He nodded cautiously. "Of course. Why is it so important to you that we bring her back?" she asked. "Elizabeth betrayed us, aligned herself with Precious and Agatha. Why risk so much for her?" He considered his words carefully. "Elizabeth made mistakes, yes, but in the end, she sacrificed herself to save us all. Without her, we might not have broken the curse on your father." Amaka studied him. "Is that the only reason?" He met her gaze steadily. "I won't deny that I care for her. She became a friend during our journey." "A friend?" she echoed skeptically. "Yes," he affirmed. "But my loyalty remains with you." She looked away. "I suppose I can't blame you for developing feelings during such an ordeal." "Amaka," he began gently, "I value our relationship above all else." She sighed. "It's not that simple." "Then help me understand," he urged. She hesitated before speaking. "I can't help but wonder if you fell in love with her." He was taken aback. I don't know." Her expression tightened. "That's not very reassuring." He reached for her hand. "Please, believe me when I say that you are the one I care for most deeply." She withdrew her hand. "Actions speak louder than words, Dyke." He nodded solemnly. "Then let me prove it to you." She regarded him thoughtfully. "Very well. We'll embark on this journey together, and perhaps we'll find the clarity we both need." "Thank you," he said earnestly. She stood, gathering her things. "We should prepare to leave soon." "Agreed," he replied. "I'll make the necessary arrangements." As he turned to go, she called after him. "Dyke." He paused. "Yes, let's be honest with each other," she requested. "No more secrets." He smiled softly. "No more secrets." The following morning, Amaka and Dyke set out from the palace, accompanied by a small contingent of guards for the initial leg of their journey. The sun was just cresting the horizon, casting a golden hue over the landscape. As they rode, the silence between them was comfortable but charged with unspoken thoughts. After several hours, they reached the outskirts of the Agba Evil Forest. The guards halted. "This is as far as we go, Your Highness," the captain informed them. Amaka nodded. "Thank you for your service." "Safe travels," he replied, bowing respectfully. She and Dyke dismounted, securing their horses. "Ready?" he asked. She adjusted the pack on her shoulder. "As I'll ever be." They stepped into the forest, the dense canopy filtering the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. Dyke glanced at her. "I've been here before, but it feels different this time." She gave a slight smile. "Perhaps because our purpose is different." "Perhaps," he agreed. They walked in silence for a while, the path winding deeper into the woods. "Tell me about your journey with Elizabeth," Amaka prompted suddenly. He looked at her, surprised. "What would you like to know?" "Everything," she replied. "I want to understand what happened." He took a deep breath. "After we left the palace, we faced several challenges. The forest tested us, physically and emotionally." "Go on," she encouraged. He recounted their encounters with the enchanted river, the whispering trees, and the trials they had faced. "She saved my life more than once," he admitted. "And I saved hers." Amaka listened intently. "And that's when you grew close?" "Yes," he acknowledged. "We learned to trust each other." She was silent for a moment. "Did she ever speak of me?" "Often," he revealed. She regretted her actions and wanted to make amends. Amaka's expression softened. "I see." They continued walking, the path growing narrower. "Why didn't you wish for her to come back when you had the chance?" she asked quietly. He sighed. "The forest grants only one wish per person. I used mine to break the curse on your father. I thought it was the right thing to do." She nodded thoughtfully. "I understand." "Do you?" he pressed gently. She met his gaze. "I believe so. You chose the greater good over personal desires." He smiled ruefully. "Something like that." They reached a fork in the path. Amaka studied the two options. "Which way?" Dyke asked. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "The left feels inviting." He raised an eyebrow. "Inviting? In this forest?" She opened her eyes, a hint of amusement in them. "Trust me," he chuckled. "Always." They took the left path, which led them to a serene glade. Sunlight streamed through the trees, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers. "It's beautiful," she remarked. "Indeed," he agreed. At the center of the glade stood a stone archway covered in vines and ancient symbols. "A gateway," Dyke observed. Amaka approached it cautiously. "It seems we're expected." As they stepped through the archway, the atmosphere shifted. The sounds of the forest faded, replaced by a profound silence. "Stay close," she advised. They walked onward, the path now bordered by tall, ethereal trees that seemed to glow with an inner light. "Is it just me? Or is everything luminous?" Dyke asked. "It's not just you," she confirmed. A figure emerged ahead, a tall woman with flowing silver hair and eyes that shimmered like stars. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted in a melodic voice. "Who are you?" Amaka inquired. "I am the guardian of paths," the woman replied. "You seek the shrine of the sacred egg." "Yes," Dyke affirmed. "We wish to make use of its power." The guardian regarded them thoughtfully. "To reach it, you must each face a trial." "Another trial," Dyke muttered. Amaka glanced at him before addressing the guardian. "What are these trials?" She extended her hand, and two orbs of light appeared. "You will be separated. Each orb will guide you to your individual test." Dyke frowned. "Separated. It is necessary," the guardian insisted. "Only by confronting your inner selves can you proceed." Amaka squared her shoulders. "Very well." The orbs floated toward them, hovering expectantly. "Good luck," Dyke said softly. "You too," she replied. They each followed their respective orb, the paths diverging. Amaka's orb led her to a tranquil pond surrounded by weeping willows. The surface of the water was so still it resembled a mirror. "Approach," a voice echoed. She stepped closer, peering into the water. Her reflection stared back, but instead of her current form, she saw herself as she was supposed to look like without the curse. Slender and graceful. "Do you desire to return to this form?" the voice asked. She hesitated. I don't know. Honesty is required," the voice prompted. She took a deep breath. "Part of me does. I really wish to be born like a normal girl." "Then why not use your wish to restore yourself?" the voice pressed. She frowned. "Because there are greater needs." "Are you certain?" the voice challenged. "Your own happiness is not insignificant." She looked away from the reflection. "I care for my people, for those I love. If I can help them, I will. Even at the cost of your own desires?" "Yes," she affirmed. The pond shimmered, and the reflection changed to show Elizabeth's face. "She betrayed you," the voice reminded. "Why save her?" Amaka gazed at the image. "Because everyone deserves a second chance. And perhaps I wasn't there for her when she needed me." "Compassion is admirable," the voice acknowledged. "But be wary of misplaced trust." "I'll take that risk," she declared. The water stilled once more, and the voice fell silent. "Have I passed your test?" she asked aloud. The orb reappeared, glowing brightly. You have shown selflessness and clarity of purpose. You may proceed. She felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Thank you. Meanwhile, Dyke followed his orb to a clearing filled with mist. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, and whispers filled the air. Who are you? A multitude of voices questioned. I am Dyke, he replied, turning in circles to locate the source. Who are you truly? The voices pressed. He paused. A protector, a servant of the kingdom. Is that all? They taunted. He clenched his fists. What do you want from me? Truth, they demanded. Do you love Amaka? He hesitated. Yes. And Elizabeth? They queried. He closed his eyes. I cared for her. Love and care are different. The voices insisted. Which is it? He took a deep breath. I love Amaka. Elizabeth was a friend, a companion in adversity. Are you certain? They challenged. Yes, he affirmed more firmly. The whispers intensified. Do you regret not saving Elizabeth? Of course, he admitted. But I made the choice I thought was best. Would you choose differently if given the chance? They pressed. He shook his head. No. The kingdom needed the spell on King David's mind to be lifted. The mist began to dissipate, the shadows receding. You have faced your doubts, the voices acknowledged. You may proceed. He exhaled in relief. Thank you. Reunited, Amaka and Dyke continued along the path, which now led upward toward a magnificent structure nestled among the trees. The shrine, Amaka observed. They approached the entrance, which was adorned with intricate carvings and symbols. As they stepped inside, a serene atmosphere enveloped them. At the center of the chamber stood the sacred egg, pulsating with a gentle light. It's beautiful, Dyke whispered. Amaka nodded, stepping forward. This is it. She turned to him. Are you ready? He smiled softly. It's your wish to make. She hesitated. Dyke, I need to know. Do you support my decision? Whatever you choose, I stand with you, he assured her. She took a deep breath, placing her hands on the egg. I wish for Elizabeth to be restored to life. The egg glowed brighter, its light enveloping the chamber. A voice resonated. Your wish is granted. As the light faded, a figure appeared at the edge of the chamber. Elizabeth, her eyes closed as if in peaceful sleep. Elizabeth! Amaka exclaimed, rushing to her side. Elizabeth's eyes fluttered open. Amaka? She nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, it's me. Elizabeth sat up slowly, confusion mingling with relief. How? You've been given a second chance, Amaka explained. Elizabeth's gaze shifted to Dyke, who stood a few paces behind. Dyke, he smiled warmly. Welcome back. She looked between them, emotions swirling. I don't understand. Amaka helped her to her feet. We came to bring you back. Elizabeth's eyes filled with tears. After everything I've done? Amaka nodded. We all make mistakes. What's important is what we do with the chance to make things right. Elizabeth's voice trembled. I'm so sorry. For betraying you. For everything. Amaka embraced her tightly. I forgive you. They held each other for a long moment, the weight of past grievances lifting. Dyke approached cautiously. It's good to see you. She pulled back from Amaka, wiping her eyes. Thank you for believing in me. He nodded. We couldn't have done it without you. She looked down. I don't know how to repay you. Amaka placed a hand on her shoulder. By living well and helping us rebuild. Elizabeth smiled softly. I will. A few weeks later, King David would throw Dyke and Amaka a royal grand wedding, which all the villagers were in attendance. Amaka would finally realize that she didn't need to change her body to find love or friends. All she needed was to stay true to her heart. Thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the last segment to this beautiful story, please drop a like on the video and leave a comment on your favorite aspects of the story, morale lessons, character arcs, and so on. Also share the story with your friends and family. It's been a long way getting here, and I really appreciate all of you who watched all 5 parts of the story till the end. Thank you once again, and do subscribe to the channel so you won't miss our next story. And as always, do have a lovely day. Thank you.